What's up, everyone? We got ourselves Group C, but it's not quite like it used to be. In the bottom left, we do have Bjorn, and in the top right, we do have Rogue. So in the past, we had 4 groups, for a long time, I guess, of GSL that were all fresh faces. All right, that was where everyone started. My cat wants to help cast. This year, we have an even more reduced GSL. So actually, it was only a round of 12 that was able to get in. So this is called Group C, but it is a continuation of a bracket, which I think is a little different than what people expect when we... Now she's helping to observe. When we talk about groups like this. But Rogue did already play. I had to recheck myself, actually, because I was like, wait, didn't Cure play? And Cure is also in this group. And that is because, yeah, some of these guys, they advanced right into the next round because of their performance in the qualifier, while other guys didn't perform as well, had to play in... a round of 16 bracket, but not a full bracket. Yeah. So Bjorn has not played yet this season. This is his first appearance in GSL. He did well in the qualifier. He is facing the person that did not do well in the qualifier, had to go through that extra round, and now is here. And the same thing for Cure and Hero, where Cure did less well in the qualifier and Hero did very well. So hopefully that is a quick explanation in case everyone is looking at the thumbnail or the names on the title and is like, wait a minute, these guys already played, or some of them did. Yeah, it's because GSL is even reduced further, unfortunately. But now that we got that out of the way, we do have a nice TVZ set up here. Now, Rogue, I actually didn't give him a lot of credit going into his previous group, and I think I was redeemed a little bit by that because I think, didn't he face Cure? Didn't he face Terran as well as a Protoss? Now I was very impressed with his Protoss play, particularly the wall off. I think it was on this map as well. It was just like, it was really nicely done. He faced Nightmare, that's right, and then I think he faced Trigger as well. And then I feel like he faced Cure too. I really should have had this up, but I was afraid of opening the Wikipedia in case I got spoiled. So that's the hard line you have to walk when you cast replays. Anyway, Rogue I thought was very good in his first EVP. I really liked the way that he was able to respond to Nightmare. I mean, certainly was probably expecting to some degree that Nightmare would be a little cheesy, but then the way that he reacted, I thought was very strong. But his game versus Trigger, while he did, on paper, kind of look like he dominated, I don't think that really tells the whole story. There was a little bit less of a wow factor for that best of series. And the winter match that he played, I also wasn't... Oh, did he face Maru? Oh my god, is that what that... It was Maru. That's what it was. Oh yeah, oh boy. It's coming back to me now. Yeah, Maru just breezed through, but the one hiccup he did have was against Rogues. This is obviously a little more pertinent to the current series we're seeing. We do have a 3cc from Bjorn, and Rogues aren't doing anything cheesy, so not much going on here. But Rogues games versus Maru, arguably he should have won the first one, because that was absolutely insane. Maru's defense against the Roach-All-In that he apparently didn't really see coming, and had done the greediest build in the whole wide world to actually still end up defending against it. I don't know how that worked out. And I don't really blame Rogue for the loss necessarily, as much as I blame Maru for being Maru, like especially Maru-like in that tournament, in that group. It seemed like nothing he did could fail. So, yeah. But going back to my original point, I didn't give Rogue the most credit. To me, he wasn't a guaranteed advancer out of that last group. I thought Nightmare and Trigger could actually give him a little bit of trouble, which he even agreed with, I think, in this post-game interview. That Trigger usually plays well, I guess specifically is what I read. But he did play better than I expected, actually. Just in terms of that very stable macro play for the most part. And Rogue, he's been the best at so many different metas, and while he's come back after military and not been the literally best Zerg, it should be noted that he has had times where he has been exceptionally cheesy, but he's also had times where he's been exceptionally macro-focused, and both times he's, won championships or gotten far in tournaments in the past. So it's not necessarily surprising, but it is just a constant check on how Rogue is doing, as his return from military, post-military StarCraft 2, is a little shakier. I mean, Bjorn's technically is as well, but his was much, much longer ago, so we don't really talk about him being, like, shaky post-military. Although, really, what is time in the context of StarCraft? It's like, we call newbies, like, Nightmare, like a newer face, even though he's been around for 10 years. Anyway, so that's why I didn't, like, automatically advance him forward, even though Nightmare and Trigger had less accolades in their history. And for Rogue to come in now to this group, facing Beyond, first of all, TVZ, very mechanically demanding. This is where I would expect him to be the most tested. And, yeah, I can't really even draw much from that Maru series, because Maru is just playing out of his mind. I think Beyond's going to be a different opponent, for sure. Just, if nothing else, just that little magic that Maru had brought. I'm not sure Beyond will. Just, again, that nothing can go wrong for this guy. This is, like, the perfect golden day. Don't think Beyond's going to have that. And already seeing that a little bit here. Definitely not a perfect game. Although for both players, actually, as 2 drones went down, so did 3 SCVs. Banshee harassed did that. No Cloak Banshee, too, which Beyond has been doing. I'm not really certain why. I do imagine there is some direct result of a faster, perhaps... I wanted to say tank. Okay, well, there's already tank. It might be the faster tank. That lack of upgrade can influence the rest of the build. But usually, other people would go ahead and get it. If you get 2 Banshees, you get Cloak. That was the old standard. Beyond's trying to, I guess, take out that old standard. Overlord does die, but Rogue not supply a block, does he? Does maybe build a few more Overlords, though, as he's getting ready for possibly the army burst. He knows that Beyond is about ready to go across the map. All the upgrades are done. The 3CC is obviously finished and saturated at this point. All the upgrades will be done. It's just the expected time, really, and Rogue is going to need a bit more of an army to defend. Rogue has done a great job getting up to almost 80 drones and has already begun to advance his technology, but the push is here. Does he have enough? Baneling speed, not even halfway done, so that is a little scary. But it is only 1 tank. The factory did have to spend some time not producing to afford, I think the medevacs is what it was, and perhaps the reactors as well. Note the 3 extra barracks coming down for Beyond means that he is going to 8 racks. So that is a lot of pressure. And Beyond not particularly eager to find damage right here, right now, because there will be something worse on the way, worse for Rogue. That is a non-stop stream of Marine tank medevac. But generally, I think you would want something to go a little wrong at this point, because if Rogue does really get all this time to not have to worry that much, get up to all of his upgrades, get to a Viper, get to, you know, a Viper with energy, most importantly, and have a big army, and have 4 bases. You know, like, if you don't do anything to the guy before they get maxed out on all that technology, well, then you're probably not going to win with the 8 racks. Rogue, it doesn't want to tackle the front army, decided that a run-by would be a little bit better. Just bypasses the supply depot wall, which didn't end up really saving any SCVs. Unfortunately for Beyond, that timing seemed a bit perfect, basically. His reinforcements were not quite ready to actually defend that big of a run-by. Nice, clever positioning right here. The tanks taking a lot of free shots. The Marines not forced to flee. Rogue, once again, deciding that this is not where he wants to make his defense. He does have another 4th, right? His 5th. His 4th is done. And this is a perfectly acceptable response, particularly to an 8 racks, which is really quite dedicated. If this was actually a 4th CC, maybe you don't want to lose that 4th hatch, but we do have to make some concessions here. This is a very tough spot to beat. Rogue, without those Vipers as well, can't abduct these tanks. He decides to just flood the zone. Figures that he has enough army with some tanky queens in the midst as well, kind of tanking the tank shots that he goes for, but that wasn't all of the army. Beyond had been accumulating his reinforcements after dealing with the run-by. I mean, he basically dealt with it by letting the SCVs die, but what he lost in the economy, he kept in army, and that is the really scary thing right now. Rogue, down about 20 army supply, late to the response, can't lose both his 4th and his 5th. Fortunately, his response is just about fast enough to save the 5th base, but the 4th base is under fire. Looks like the Queens were there to try and hold on. They were not good enough. Whatever he left there was not enough. The 4th base definitely going to go down at this point. The 5th, so freaking low, could just be tapped in. Just tap it in. Just a little drop, kill the base, and then Rogue's back down to his initial 3 base mining. He does have a macro hatchery building, which mining will be a concern. General mining will be a concern. But what can often be even more concerning is the larva when you are forced to give up 2 hatcheries as a Zerg. So that actually is pretty important. It is obviously 300, well, 275, I guess, nowadays. So I need to, it's going to be hard to update that one, actually. But it's about 300 minerals, including the drone. There you go. Oh no, the Hydras. The Hydras are taking a fight here. They really don't want to. 2-2 versus 2-2, but that's melee, not missile. Hydras do lose out. No protection for them. Lurkers trying to respond, but there goes the hatchery. It was so weak to begin with. Rogue once again going for the run by. It looks like Bjorn put the pressure on at the exact right time. Before Rogue was comfortable. Before Rogue had gotten to his lurkers. Before Rogue had gotten a big enough army to split in half. And, well, it does look like Bjorn's going to win this, actually. That it does. Lurkers are more cost efficient, and they will be getting an upgrade here. Their range upgrade is going to finish. Looks like they won't get burrow speed. Oh, no, he's going to invest in a burrow speed. I do wonder if burrow speed... I mean, obviously it's important. It's good to have. And he does need to grab a 4th base, so he's going to be moving a little bit more as, you know, if time goes on, I suppose. But it just, it kind of feels expensive at this point, instead of 1 more lurker. Or Viper, which, I mean, the Viper I think is less important at this point. Now we just have so many Marines. The Viper wouldn't be able to do very much, but yeah, that is going to be a game in Bjorn's favor. Choosing to attack with the 8 racks, waiting patiently, not really forcing anything prior to the second wave of reinforcements. And then the third wave of reinforcements catching Rogue so much by surprise was really probably the kick in the nuts. I mean, it's always a struggle to balance getting to that late game while also dealing with an 8 racks. We have seen, I think, is that what Maru did in the second game against Rogue? I swear to God, I've cast Rogue dealing with an 8 racks before, very recently. But anyway, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, it's always a hard balancing act, but I do feel like if Rogue had anticipated the attack on his 5th a little bit faster, then maybe he could have responded. I'm not sure about that, just because he didn't have that many units, but certainly the fact that it was a late response does not help your cause. And Rogue, you know, hindsight 2020, could have maybe predicted that. He did give away that run by to kill 20 plus SCVs, knowing that he didn't kill the army when he did that, and that the army was accumulating. But that's very difficult to think of in the midst of a game, in the midst of all the pressure that you're being applied on the 4th base at that time. But yeah, Bjorn wins game number 1. And game number 2 is here on ley lines. In the bottom left, it is Bjorn. Top right, it is Rogue. Rogue having a lot of trouble against the 8 racks. Seemed to get to a pretty decent point, you know, for the most of the game, I guess. The macro portion of the game, the non-battle portion of the game. But as Ian Blue was noting in chat, you know, 2-2 was late. He didn't really expedite the Vipers. Seemed like he really had this idea to go into Lurkers, and then kind of as he was getting the option to go into Lurkers was, I think, when the pressure was really ramping up, you know, and then forced to just sacrifice army to try and take out the position on the 4th base rather than doing something, you know, ideally a little more clever, basically. You know, he basically said, okay, I have enough army that I think I can just tackle this, which was true, but probably wasn't the most cost-efficient way to do it. 1 Viper soaking up juice, getting an abduct on even one of the tanks. It was only 2 tanks after all. Would have helped. Obviously, like more lings on the backside trying to kind of catch those tanks is usually also a way that Zergs would deal with it. And then, you know, just basically avoiding as much of the splash as possible. And while the Queens with the Hydras seem to be pretty tanky, there was definitely some tank fire on the Queens specifically. I made sure to note that. You still are taking a lot of splash damage. You still are, I think, taking a brute force approach, which would only be good if you knew that that was the only thing you had to brute force against. But that's not the only thing you had to brute force against. There are more reinforcements, and whether they came at the 5th or they reinforced the 4th, you know it's on the way because it's an 8 racks. And an 8 racks is often kind of an exhaustion game, one where the Zerg player can get to a pretty fine point right before the 8 racks really starts to hit, but then dealing with the relentless aggression, the relentless trading of the Terran can be very difficult. They give away too many banelings, they can't replace them fast enough, the Marines blitz on you. That's oftentimes how the Arax wins. Or, yeah, you do start to concentrate your forces in a particularly tricky position, and a second, surprisingly large force comes over to your other base, and you're not prepared. I mean, it's not... I'm trying to say it's not really something that you can never predict. And 8 racks, while not the most popular thing in the world, I suppose, I think there was a meta where it was more popular, and 8 racks is rather well known. And the toughness of it is also, I think, well experienced by Zerg players all over the world. And knowing that when you pull the trigger as a Zerg player, when you go, okay, now I can take this on, you have to be damn sure about it, is also, I think, very well known by the Zerg players. They're like, okay, if I'm going to swarm this, I got to really win this battle because they're going to come in with like the extra 20 Marines. And that just... Rogue just didn't seem to give... I don't know, not giving enough respect to it, but just basically didn't anticipate, I think, more coming. Or he did, but then obviously didn't react fast enough. Yeah, it's just... I think it might be a little bit of a weakness of Rogue, actually. The later the game goes, whether it's an 8 racks or a 4th CC, the more that perhaps I'm not as confident. Because even though Rogue has been dominant in, again, those like macro-heavy tournaments that he's won or gotten far in, I do think that's one of the things that would start to fall off as you get older and you return from military. And Bjorn, well, Bjorn is also older, and he did also return from military. But one thing he's been consistently good at is the Terran aggression. And 8 racks kind of fits him very, very well. Particularly brutal point on the last map as well, which shouldn't be understated. That was tricky. Made it a little bit trickier. Well, speaking of tricky, cool. All right, we got a 3cc from Bjorn. Actually, I think it was a command center first as well. But then into mech, which is very much not Bjorn-like. Bjorn does not play mech very often. The good news is it doesn't have the same pace as Bio, which is kind of what eventually got Rogue in the end, was just the relentless aggression of the Marine tank that can really find a lot of effectiveness if it's only 10 Marines and 2 medevacs. There's nothing that's not really equivalent with mech. You can't really find a lot of effectiveness. Well, you can find drones with Hellions, obviously, but you don't bring 2 tanks to the front line as a mech player and say, like, I really got you. You need to have a critical mass of units as mech. So it tends to be a little bit slower, a little less relentless, but that pacing changing, you know, could be a good thing for Rogue if he scouts this. It is going to be battle mech as well, so it's kind of like the in-between, you know, tank mech and bio. It's aggressive, it's out on the map a decent bit, but it still doesn't quite have the same ability to do maximum damage with limited units that bio does, nor does it have that unlimited, I suppose, potential when you get like a fully maxed out tank army, right? But if Rogue were able to detect this, then he could start prepping his mind. He could start thinking about how he wants to deal with this. And unfortunately, right now, he is not scouting it. Seems like everything is normal so far. What could reveal this, actually, is like particularly fast gases at the 3rd, but only, again, if you would scout it. And I'm actually not even sure you have to get that much faster if you're going to go Hellion Cyclone, which, yeah, it feels like it's been a while. I know it's been attempted since last patch. I think there was even a time where people were saying maybe it is really good again. So we got the Cyclone reverted. So it's back to itself what it was, you know, like 2 years ago at this point, I guess. Anyway, Rogue doesn't know about it. Rogue doesn't know about it. Rogue definitely doesn't know about it. He did not see the move outs. He did not see any like gas oddities, because it really isn't. And then, oh, the army's coming across the map. That is a lot of Hellions. You know, if we had some roaches here, maybe not the biggest problem. You know, let's say 6 roaches and 4 ravagers would be really helpful here. But if you think it's going to be just good old bio, good old Bjorn 3CCing into the 8 racks again, trying to get away with Ling Bane and as little as possible so you can get up to those 80 drones, well, that would be the goal, and that's what Rogue was going towards. And that's why he's in trouble. Unfortunately, the Queens can only stand up so long against the Cyclones, and the Ling Baneling should never really make a connection. Lings are trying to get us around here. Some connections with the Banelings are being made, but you also know that there should be more reinforcements on the way eventually, and we're going to go up to 5 factories as well. Let's start off with just the 3 fact. Bjorn catching his opponent extremely off guard. Little connections, but then Banelings are pretty expensive. They might not be able to retreat either, although in this case they did, and it's just not the unit composition you want, unless you had a lot of them, and you do successfully get these surrounds. Finally, I would say the best surround possible. The Hellions are now gone, meaning that pure Ling might have a better chance to deal with this, but it looks like Rogue has already taken too much damage. He's lost all of his Queens, so no more creep spread. Injects are missing, although that's not really his problem. Drones starting to go down as well. And you need, of course, a critical mass of Lings, too. You can't just throw 10 Lings at Cyclones. You need, let's say, 50 here. And then if you had 50... this would be probably an easy swing. A little split maybe against the Banelings this time. Let one Cyclone try and handle this. Rogue trying to get to the center of the Cyclones, of course. And he is going to successfully push us back quite a bit, but how much breathing room is that really? 8 Roaches on the way, Queen's being replaced. Rogue is trying to handle this. Looks like he will have to sacrifice the 4th. His 5th is on the way. But this is not a situation where you'd be willing really to sacrifice a base. I mean, if Bjorn were happy with killing a base and he left, I guess that would be something. But obviously Bjorn knows he can continue pushing the issue here. Not enough Roach Ravager to help out. No Lings try and get that surround. This is game. Bjorn with a 1-2 punch. Rogue is kind of set in his ways for game number 2. Probably thinking about all the ways that he could improve more of the mid-game against what he faced last game, saying, okay, well, I could have done this better, I could have done that after I get to my 4 bases and 80 drones, and then I'll win against it. And then just never scouted Bjorn's base. That'll happen. That'll happen. Bjorn wins 2-0 and advances to the winners. And now a new best of 3, the second preliminary match. In the top right, it is Cure. In the bottom left, it is Hero. Hero doing something a little bit odd. Going for that low ground forward gateway. Hey, we've seen it before, so it's not the oddest thing. But it's not something I've seen in a while, it feels like. You know, we saw this at a time where Protoss players are going for a lot of early aggression. I feel like there was a time where we saw more like proxy gates. Obviously, the max packs existed at some point, where it kind of doesn't now. And the extra, I don't know how many seconds it is, 5 seconds or whatever, that you get, you know, you build the Zealot, you immediately rush it across the map, then you build into your Adeptus Stalker. Rush it across the map. That could actually cause a lot of trouble for particularly a 1-Rax CC, especially if they didn't bother building a quick bunker, right? And if they don't scout it, which a lot of Terrans do not scout in this matchup. And you could really offset the Terran without a ton of dedication on the Protoss' side. But then there's that option, which is not what Hero's going for. He's not getting the Zealot. There is also something to just having the wall already up at the front. Now, sometimes a wall at the front can be a downside. In that, you know, if there's a tank push, then suddenly your own units are kind of trapped in your own SimCity. But if you are not so worried about that, if you think you can handle that before it gets to your front door, then perhaps what you're more so worried about is like Reaper Hellion. Which, to be honest, does seem to be most of what the Terrans are doing lately. And we do see that Kira is going for a factory expand, something that Hero has also confirmed, just with a second supply depot, honestly. And having Wall then would easily take care of the Hellion portion. The Reapers could still jump up because you haven't actually walled off the Reaper hop up, but that isn't as bad. So You know, the Reaper is going to get maybe some scouting here, and you could have tried to deny that with the high ground, I guess, but if we're thinking a little later on, the wall already being up here is kind of nice. And the Adept is going to just chill in the main. Nah, shouldn't be able to kill the Reaper. Here with a quick reaction. Let's repair this Fly Depot. This is not anything particularly cheesy. The second command center is on the way for Cure on the high ground. The probe can't quite see it, but that's your prediction as a Protoss player. Hey, thanks for that gifted sub. We got a starport on the way now. As Cure, again, really not dedicating to this. I mean, he's not doing something insane like a 1-1-1 over a command center, but he's also not grabbed those additional Reapers and Hellions. Now, did he change his mind based off what he saw? I don't think so. I did not get the exact timing of the tech lab, but I suppose that could have been an option. He might have just not been planning on doing Reaper Hellion. Cyclone is on the way, and that thing does need a tech lab now, but once it's out, it should deflect this little bit of aggression. Kind of sucks to let a supply depot go down, though. I guess with Hero identifying the complete lack of aggression from his opponent, there aren't a lot of Reapers on the field. There aren't any Hellions, even just one trying to get across the map and barbecue some probes. He could send all of his army, as small as it is, to go across the map. And while a Cyclone would beat this back, you can wait on it, which is exactly what Hero did. And then honestly, if you really wanted to try and push the issue, you could try and out-micro the Cyclone. Hope that they're a little too eager to get that command center on the low ground. But not Hero's choice. Hero is going into Blink back at home. Robo's on the way. It is 2 gateways, actually, so should be getting the third Nexus up. Lickety split. Banshees are on the way, and it really seems like Banshees are coming more and more into this matchup. Bjorn's kind of always dotted them around his TVPs, I suppose, but just seems more consistent lately. Bakir's going to bring this out. He's going to do 2 things. They can just straight up do damage, because their observer is out of place is most likely the reason. They usually do have an observer, but it's out of place. And so you just get probe damage. Whee! The other thing it can do, as a drop here, is that it can distract. We'll get into that in a second. One stalker already going down. Not expecting the particular drop that Cure set up here. Did have a stalker scouting for something, right? But the Cyclone being able to drop out, get that kill, is kind of a nice thing there. 4 Marines do end up dying. Point is the medevac got away with the Cyclone. That's the most important thing. And 2 probes also died. So back to the distraction point. The Banshees can be a distraction. They can go into the main and force a response, and then there can be an attack on the front. And maybe it wouldn't be a terrible idea either if this was, knowingly a 2-gate. There's a 3rd gate finishing. I'm just unable to add between the production and the structure tab, so that's on me. This is a 3-gate, actually. And so if you knew for a fact it was a 2-gate, maybe you would try and pressure a little bit and do that little 1-2 with the Banshees. But a 3-gate, that has a little more pepper to it. It can be offensive, it can be defensive. In this case, we got a War Prism, and the Stalker's already trying to get to work, although it's not the best job they could have done, I feel like. 3 Stalkers went down. Well, 2. I guess the first one was a Cyclone. I don't think that was the greatest start there for Hero. Yeah. And he's not going to all in off of this. There is a Nexus coming down. But he did grab the Warp Prism. He does want to find some, I feel like a little bit more. Although he's also not warping in a lot of Stalkers either. And there is that damage. SCV's getting torn down as Cure wanted to go across the map. I do feel like this is a little more dangerous to do against someone who does have the 3-gate capacity. But there's a caveat, which is that they have to actually be warping in with those gateways. Like you can have this infrastructure to defend, but are you actually building out of it? Are you building this Immortal? Are you building the Stalkers? And are you in position? Because we know that tanks are much better when they're sieged. If you're not already stopping this, yeah, Cure's going for exactly the setup I talked about, the distraction with the Banshees, plus just some straight up damage. 7 probes have already gone down. Into the attack, the War Prism with 4 Stalkers, it's kind of awkwardly out of position. Didn't scout this. Stalkers could be on the front lines a lot of the time, seeing the attack incoming. And then the reinforcing Stalkers were obviously not a lot of them, and they're dealing with the Banshees. So this was, well, about as perfect, I think, as you would ask for. War Prism's even under attack somehow. It doesn't lose any hull health, but does reveal that Hero has maybe a plan to come on the backside of the tanks. Maybe Cure could send his Banshee to the backside of the tanks to help protect it right now, helping out in the front lines. If the Banshee's not targeted down, it is a lot of DPS. Immortal had its shield pop, so it wasn't as useful as it wanted to be. 3rd tank now arriving that had stayed at home to deal with the little Warp Prism pressure. Colossus comes out, but it gets immediately focus fire. Tanks one for the team, I suppose. The Stalkers do get on top of the tank, but the Immortal is really what you wanted to, and then the Immortal goes down as well because it was dealing with a Cyclone and Marines. I mean, this was messy. This was not a hold at the end of the day. Oh no. Yeah, no, this is Hero dead. He also didn't have a Summon X core for a while. Only he's still rebuilding it, right? So imagine if that Banshee is still alive. There's only one Stalker. Oh, there is a Banshee alive. Oh god. Oh, there's an Observer, and it's sieged up, I think. Okay, it does get unsieged. It comes over. Unfortunately, the Banshee was very weak. One Stalker does kill it. But if it was healthy, that Stalker wouldn't have won. Oh, this is a disaster for Hero. Absolute disaster. Cure has also safeguarded his home. He's like, there's no way I'm losing here. Missile turrets on the front. Third CC's a little vulnerable, to be fair. Like, they could be canceled, I guess, but that's not enough. A Hero is going to see the third CC. Like I said, maybe get a cancel. Actually, he's just going to go for it. He's just going to all in. Yeah, you know. He's going to all in while also waiting for a Dark Shrine. I guess maybe he's thinking this doesn't have to be an all in. There's a chance that the bio number wasn't high enough. And we can see that the SCVs are pulled into this. Kier took this very seriously. He knew that there was perhaps one more power spike from his opponent with the charge lots. And he had yet to accumulate a large enough bioforce, plus combat shield wasn't done, ++1 wasn't done. I mean, that was the timing that Hero was looking for. But while that hope was that maybe he caught Kier in a very awkward time, the perfect time, really, that didn't happen. And now Hero, well, he doesn't have an army, he doesn't have an economy, and he is pretty dead. And Kier is not missing a beat on going for the counterattack either. He knows that that was the last hurrah from Hero's army, and that it should be easy peasy from here on out. I think the Dark Shrine was scouted. It was. Even if it wasn't, again, Berserk was built. Kira just needs to stockpile a couple. Oh, free Colossus. Blah. Ooh. Ugh. Not a very good game for Hero there. Cure showing how good he is still. That's EVP. In the top left of Maganatha now, we got Cure. In the bottom right, it is Hero. There's a lot of ways that game could have gone differently. There is a way that game could have gone so differently that Hero was the one that made Cure look like a fool. Probably not, but then I also wouldn't have guessed that Cure would have made Hero ever look that bad. So it's more like there's two ways that a game like that can play out that could heavily favor one race or the other, but no matter what, I wouldn't presume that it would be that bad for one race or another. Like, Cure really won with that tank push. And I would usually not say that. I would be like, oh, yeah, maybe the tank push is effective. But I don't know if it's going to win. Like, oh, I basically won. But the other way that could have gone is that Hero invests maybe more into a frontal stalker thing, right? So first of all, doesn't go for the kind of clever positioning on the left side of the map. That did not look cost efficient. I don't believe he got anything really from it except losing his stalkers, right? He blinked out to the left. And then maybe kind of suppressed because of that. Like, okay, these stalker things aren't going to work. He kind of just said, okay, if they're not going to work, then I'm going to go with the Warp Prism shenanigans. I'm going to go into your main. I'm going to just kind of catch a couple of SCVs while macroing back at home, which would usually be a pretty good thing to do. The problem is that timing really didn't work out very well. I mean, Hero having zero ideas to the exact timing of the pressure, because you could... I explain what can happen. Hero knows what can happen. He knows that a push could come his way. But the exact timing of the Warp Prism harassment, not to scout the exact timing of the push, because if you scout that, if you see that they're on the move, I feel like that's when you do just say, okay, they're on the move, let's get the stalkers on the front lines. Of course, he did eventually realize that the army was on the move, because not a lot of it was responding to the Warp Prism, so that's when he started to go back. But at that same time, the Banshees did appear, and that was another thing that maybe could have gone better, perhaps, if he had scouted the starport faster. Let's say he did the Warp Prism thing faster, went into the main, or he even, again, didn't do the first Blinkstalker attack, instead had all of them jump into the main, which is another option with Blinkstalkers, right? He could have seen that it was Banshees. Then he could have gotten shield batteries back at home and at least dealt with the first Banshee and the two-pronged attack Banshees a little bit easier. And then maybe he does that so easily that he leaves those stalkers that scouted the Banshee on the front lines to see the incoming tank attack, and then basically shuts it down by just constantly harassing it as it comes across the map. At the end of the day, what's usually very important for those things is we do have a little bit of an interesting opener from Cure here, which obviously here just scouted Marauders first here. At the end of the day, really a lot of that type of game can come down to scouting and positioning. Hero, I think, would have had all the tools if he had all the knowledge in the world. But he didn't have all the knowledge. And that was one of the most perfect situations for a Terran player, with the defense leading to the immediate counterattack, with the Banshees at the perfect interruption time. I don't think it happens that way again. And Cure is not even going for the same thing again, so definitely not in this game. A couple of Marauders already showed themselves to the Adept, which was recalled out, by the way. And that might not seem terribly helpful, but honestly, Marauders do not kill Adepts that quickly, so even if it tanks a couple of shots, it would be very helpful. Hero did take it seriously, too. So shield batteries down. He was ready to micro his Stalkers, focus fire, individual Marauders. He was good to go. We do have this non-robo 3-gate play. I'm going to double check after miscalling the last one. Buildings, count them. 2 + 1. Okay, so 3 gateways, no robo. So he's not going to have that Warp Prism pressure. But, it didn't really work out very effectively last game. He would also not have an Observer, which could have been a problem if this had led into a 1-1-1 with Banshees. The hallucination just confirmed that's not the case. And it's a pretty good confirmation, too. Because not only is it confirming the lack of Banshees, you don't need the Observer, you don't need to be worried about your home base right now. It also scouts that it's 3 racks, so there's going to be a lot of bio, and the pressure to your base is going to come even later, because it's not Banshees, but it's also later medevacs. But when those medevacs do pop out, they will be with a lot of bio. So you do need to prepare for this. And Hero, he is going to send some Stalkers out on the map now that Blink is done. Again, if he had all of these Stalkers built and then just positioned right on the front, they would have seen that attack incoming. The Banshee still would have tripped them up, but he would have tried to corral the incoming attack. In this case, with it being primarily bio, that is a tall task for Stalkers. Yes, you can bait stims when stim is done, but you have to be extremely careful. Really got to be paying attention here. It's not just 5 Marines covering a couple of tanks. This is a little more than that. Sim is almost done. Combat Shields is almost done. Marauders obviously was already done. And Cure's just going to pull the boys. It's just good old-fashioned 3-1. Oh, boy. All right, tanks on the way. Hero is going to use his Stalkers just to go for the production. Going to find a reinforcing tank. He's going to lose a Stalker for it, but this is a lot of damage for Cure to take. Recall is going to happen. Hero's going to try and hold on to his 3rd. Force fields will come down. Recharge gave him 3, which is pretty much exactly what he needed. The tanks will siege up. Will eventually push past these force fields. That was a crucial amount of time buying. All of the bio, stimming on top of the Stalkers that were just recalled, would have been a disaster. And you see that Cure is being very patient with his stim. There's no healing from here. Hero's also being patient, trying to warp in as much as possible. Got all these Zealots on the front lines already. Stim's obviously popped, but that is a lot to chew through with the probes pulled as well. The Zealots are starting to dissipate. The Guardian Shield probably was amazing here. That probably made the Zealots last so much longer. Probes too, honestly. But this is a worthwhile trade for Hero if he can keep the 3rd base alive, if he can take care of this army, which is exactly what he is doing. No contest at this point. And Cure's all in does not work. And it really was. Even though it killed, they both lost the exact amount of workers. Having that 3rd base and almost twice the army supply puts Hero in a bit of a better position. Completely roboless too, by the way. Just, you know, isn't the usual thing that happens. But it's worked out here. Charge was pretty fast. The amount of zealots he could gather was also pretty good for that early on in the game. What was that, like 6:15 or something? That's pretty damn early. You know, usually a Terran player, I think with this kind of build, is really hoping that the Protoss player, A, doesn't see it incoming, obviously, as we're watching the final death throes of Cure here. But then B, just simply is, like, crucially gaining seconds to just barely eke out enough units, which Hero's force fields really helped with. But even so, you still feel the possibility that Hero is just a little too shy on the unit count. And that just wasn't the case here. Hero, with those force fields, came in kind of a overwhelming favorite into the scenario. Good pro pool as well, just to ensure victory at the end of the day. We could see how one-sided it would end up being after the dust cleared. And that was a good decision as well, because there's also kind of no reason. Like, they're clearly giving their own SFVs away. Might as well pull the probes. That was Kira trying to catch Hero off guard a little bit again. Kind of same-ish idea, different execution. Hero's slight build order change, helping him out, and then the emergency response with the Sentry recharge, and having a second Sentry with a Guardian Shield made that pretty damn perfect. GG's. I'm thinking Neon Blue because it is something that is so easy to get, theoretically. You know, like, you'd have to explain to people how it can be a challenge to get to Guardian Shield, which I guess I'll do in this map. Final map's going to be Ley Lines, bottom left Cure, top right Hero. And just talking more about that Guardian Shield, which I was like, that probably was absolutely huge. It most certainly was. You know, someone in chat is asking, you know, like, why don't we give more credit to him? And here's my theory anyway. It's that it can look so easy to grab, right? It's not the most technical skill you'll ever see is getting a Sentry and then having it pop its Guardian Shield. Like, wow. But of course, what really makes it a highlight is oftentimes the actual fact of getting a Sentry with the energy of Guardian Shield. Again, it sounds so simple, but honestly, it can be a challenge. There are plenty of builds that, up to a certain point, would not be able to give the gas to a Sentry. It would be a decision you make to say, okay, I need a Sentry to get those force fields, or I need a Sentry to get that Guardian Shield. And, you know, if you don't scout something in time, then perhaps you don't have the time to make that decision. You've invested all of your gas into, you know, these upgrades that you got, or into the Colossus you're trying to get, or into a couple more Blink Stalkers. So I think that's kind of why it's like, if the Sentry's on the field, we're all just kind of like, oh yeah, Guardian Shield, yeah, it's good. But it is, I think, more about the ramp up to it, which I think is also kind of a whole Protoss problem, actually. You know, in general, StarCraft is a very complicated game for all the races, and good people and good commentators, good players, sorry, will point out all these things that lead up to the thing. The tiny things that lead up to the big thing. Like, that's the goal of commentating, I would guess. Kind of. Some parts of it, anyway. But I think Protoss has always gotten the shortest end of that stick, where, you know, especially in pre-Legacy of the Void times, watching a Protoss player get to a death ball was never particularly invigorating. You're like, well, congratulations, that looked easy as shit. This is why Protoss is stupid, and that's why Protoss also gets the most hate. Well, some of the reason. They're also the cheesiest. But anyway. But, you know, again, someone who actually knows a lot about the game would probably see all these tiny little intricate details as to why the eventual Protoss Death Ball 200-200 and Wings of Liberty, it was actually a challenge. It was actually just a well-played Protoss game. But it is so easy to look at those games and be like, wow, Protoss, wow. But look at the Terran. The Terran had to be like, zip, 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 zip. The Protoss just stood there. But it's a little more complicated than that. But yeah, the Guardian Shield, I think also sometimes the Guardian Shield doesn't affect the battle. Not because they didn't pop it, but because sometimes those Zealots like to just chase the Bio Army forever and ever and ever. And the Guardian Shield is, like, lagging behind. So that's all sometimes I think we don't say it. And then, yeah, again, sometimes you just don't have a Guardian Shield. Whoops! Saw that here. Onto this game, though. Onto this game. Hero, he did go for a very safe opener. Extremely safe. He went Adept, which can obviously shade across and get the Scout, but it doesn't have to if your next plan is to get a Sentry. So assuming this wasn't a proxy 2-Rax, this would guarantee Scout anything suspicious. Anything off of 2 bases, guaranteed Scout it. Anything that's on a 2-Rax off of 1 base would also Scout it, I believe. So, you know, if this was like a 1 base 1-1-1. So this is a very, very safe opener for Hero. I guess he might be a little concerned that Kira's going to get progressively faster on the all-ins. That's kind of what happened, I guess. I think the actual attack might have been similarly timed between the 2 games, but maybe the second game was a bit faster? Anyway, clearly Cure's doing something very aggressive, right? Clearly Cure is trying to hit Hero before Hero gets comfortable, and that comfortable is on 3 bases, saturated, getting to your Colossus. And that does seem to really be the current issue amongst TVPers, where the early game, maybe you can find that damage and then it makes the mid-game easier, but if you are to play a regular, typical, here's my Wood of Mine drop, here's my Reaper Hellion thing, and it doesn't find damage, you have a lot of trouble on 3 base versus 3 base. So it does seem like Hero's priority to do, you know, probably exactly what Hero is suspecting. A Hero scouts all of his opponent's buildings, but doesn't know exactly when the attack is incoming, doesn't have Blink, so he doesn't have his Stalkers out in the field, and thus does not intercept this. Which does suck. It does suck, because like I think this was the whole goal, is not being caught by surprise like this. But the Sentry did not do a second hallucination, that did not see the actual attack moving out, and again, once that tank is sieged in a nice position, it is difficult for very early game Protosses to take care of it. You also note that Blink was not particularly fast. 505, it can be finished as fast as like, what, 440, 430 maybe even, if you chrono it and whatnot, on a less, I think, on a non-Sentry opener. So that's a bit unfortunate here for Hero, who doesn't lose the game, but losing that 3rd Nexus, very much his intent was to get the 3rd Nexus up and running. That is painful. The Stalkers went across the map. I don't know if they were hoping to find the army, but they find the SCVs undefended. That means the army is on the front lines. Can Hero hold on the front lines? Shield Battery plus Guardian Shield would be pretty baller, but of course Kira does the right thing and target fires the Shield Battery. The Sentry will not have a recharge by the looks of it. No second Guardian Shield. Might not need it though. The Stalkers were recalled. They do come in, target fire those tanks, get the medevac. Guardian Shield would still be so helpful here, but it does look like there's enough army. Hero did continue investing into his production. He did get up to 3 gateways while he was getting that 3rd Nexus, so he did have the ability to make units. That was still a little scary, with Kira getting so close. The siege tanks, lack of Guardian Shield. That was a good hold. Kira, what is the thought process at this point in time? Did he do enough damage with this? Because not only did he not grab that fast of a 3rd CC, if he does in this game even, maybe just 2 base SCV pulls, he also didn't grab his technology. He didn't grab Stim Combat Shields and +1. Whoops, kind of sucks he had to 2-shot that tank, but the tank does go down. Bunker will finish though, and that will save the natural, but the main only protected by a single tank. I guess SimCity as well, and the SimCity is good. Little micro here from Hero. He thinks it's worth it to go after these add-ons and a sacrifice of what is currently 2, almost 3 Stalkers. These add-ons, well, probably should have gotten this one too. I was going to say, obviously, they stopped the tank production. That is pretty important. The starport maybe isn't as scary if you can. If you get enough Stalkers to start down a Banshee, it's not the scariest thing in the world. But then also there was that idea that it could have further delayed Stim and Combat Shields. Which, it, you know, still delays Combat Shields, I guess. But Hero, behind that little aggression, did get a 3rd Nexus. Got a Warp Prism as well, going into Storm. I don't know if Kira's going to anticipate that. Kira is going to get a 3rd CC. I think if you were planning on 2 base all-inning from, you know, the point that he was at, that would just be so stupidly late. It wouldn't work. You know, you're going to wait for Stim that entire time and then pull the SCVs. But having him get a 3rd CC and play out a macro game, I don't know if that really feels that great either. Just the complete lack of pressure while you wait for all these upgrades to finish could be where Hero thrives. And Hero is also going for a technology that Cure might not be aware of. Just kidding, the Banshee immediately scouts it. So that's good news. This might actually... In a weird... I mean, this actually might be kind of nice for the Terran perspective. As the Banshee just sacked itself on probes, no cloak was made. That was 3 Banshees made? Holy shit, I missed a lot. 3 Banshees made and died, too. Damn. Totally missed that. Storm comes in, kills 7 SCVs. An instant rebuttal there for Hero's dead probes. All right. Going back to what I was thinking, so Storm can kind of sometimes be like a stopgap. I mean, it's not the thing that you're going to depend solely on for the entirety of a game, because EMP does still pretty directly counter it, even after all of its nerfs. So that's why I'm like, well, maybe this actually isn't the scariest thing in the world. If you are turtling anyway, trying to get your upgrades, trying to get your 3rd CC, you still have a couple of tanks to help you, and you're just you wait till you have those ghosts. I mean, you will have a fairly direct counter. Of course, I'm still scared of this push. Hero does still have a lot of army. It's not that much bigger than his opponents, though. Most of the deficits in Cure's supplies and workers. Yeah, good scan on the Observer. Don't give them free vision. Hero's gonna go for it, though. A couple of Woodamines are in play. Little Sim City as well. I do like that, but the Storm's hitting the Marines perfectly. Opening up the opportunity for the tank to go down, too. Immortal coming in at a very awkward angle is sacrificed for almost nothing. And the second tank stayed alive, too. I think Cure handled that pretty damn well. I mean, Hero, I think, had good ambitions. And he's going to still try and do this again here, but he's... I don't know if he's going to really make any headway. Kieran now has all of his upgrades finished as well. Combat shields and +1. He's got a good number of medevacs, and that tank really does help to anchor this defense. The pre-spread as well is really good. You know, keeping those Marauders on the front, Marines in the back. Oh my god, he's going to move out? Wow, okay. I'd be terrified to do that. Let's see if Cure has got it right. Woodamine's do burrow. Going to have that against the Zealots. One more Storm is available. Hits the heart of the army on the top side. Bottom side also gets hit by a Storm. That is officially the last one, and that might have been good enough too. Cure... gonna have to tap out. GG's. I guess he figured there had to be a time where he had to push into his opponent and had to get him off his back. Otherwise, Hero would just continue rallying his Colossus, as well as his, you know, continue reinforcing with the Zealots. I still don't... Yeah. That is a hard game to play. He was in a very unideal position after his attack into the natural was thwarted. I do wonder if unsieging and going after the army was the right call. Or further turtling could have helped him. It's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. So, yeah. That good on Hero. Hero 2-1s advances to the winners to face Beyond. There is no bracket for this. The bracket would spoil it. And here is the winner's match. In the bottom left, it is Hero. And in the top right, we got Beyond. So we just saw Hero get a 2-1 victory over Cure. Beyond's first match was a TVZ, which he executed pretty flawlessly. Different matchup, but it was perfect in its, I think, strategy and execution. 8 racks in the first game, surprise mech in the second game. Rogue didn't seem to have a chance. But it is a very different matchup. And I don't know if Bjorn's feeling particularly confident in this matchup either. Cure, he's definitely not as godlike as he was in the matchup once upon a time. I think he's still one of the better players in the matchup, and that's good, but it does come kind of with that caveat, which is that he did still seem kind of desperate in the game. You know, the early attacks, one of them worked. So, you know, desperate has a really negative connotation to it. So it's like, yeah, one of them works, then how can you really be negative on it? But I think it's just the amount of early game attacks combined with the other knowledge, the other matches I've cast of this matchup that really does tell me that Kier wanted to find the damage before 3 base Protoss. Because that can be the trickiest part. Or let's even be more specific and say 3 base hero. That could be the trickiest part. And well, 2 of those games he didn't quite find it. That's a big reason why he lost those 2 games. He decided to go for something early, pretty all in, didn't work out, not much more you can do beyond that. My gut tells me that Bjorn will do something pretty similar. Bjorn's not had the grandest of times in all the TVPs he's been playing, in all these open cups, for instance. I just don't know if you can try and make all these earlier attacks work against Hero over and over and over again. Hero clearly got a handle enough in the last series against Cure to eke out the victory. And then now he's even more prepped for early game aggression. Probe's going to scout that it is a 1-Rax, actually, despite being on the high ground. It was a 1-Rax expand. Very safe opener from Bjorn. Hero's going to go for his own Twilight Council, see if he also adds on that Robo or plays like a previous game versus Cure. Oh, the poor Probe. No! Tried to hide, and it failed. The Stalker is not going to be able to kill the Reaper, I'm pretty sure. Well, wait. Nope, it is. Don't! It's 2 health. That was definitely very close. And Hero wants to kill this Reaper and put Bjorn in a real difficult spot as far as determining if this is going to be a 2-gate or a 3-gate or hell, even a 4 gates. Because presumably it is a Twilight Council, though Bjorn doesn't know that for sure. But if it is, then what is it leading into? Hero is once again going to go for the Robo-less build. Oh no, there it is, okay. Robo coming in after the 3 gateways were built. So he most likely is going to get that Warp Prism, try and go for the attack, and this time be a little more on guard about anything that could be coming his way. Bjorn simply putting up a medevac drop with a couple of Widow Mines. Might bring his Marines, or even just like send them across the map. But again, the Reaper didn't get any scouting. Despite living for a little while longer, did eventually get found out and killed. They got no scouting. I feel like the instinct is going to be just to turtle for the most part. Well, let's see how this goes. Hero is grabbing the Observer first. Medevac drops heading this way. Stalker, I think, was actually going to try and meet it. Almost well-timed. Almost well-timed. Not quite, though. Realizes that he's already missed it. He does send those Stalkers to the main base. I didn't know for a fact it was on the way, but just, you know that he was figuring it could be. And so he doesn't get everything perfectly positioned, but he's going to take care of it. Blink just finished up, allowing him to blink away the Widow Mine, and he's going to get the Medevac as well. This is not uncommon. Oh, Bjorn was going to try and move out. This is not an uncommon way for the Widow Mine drop to open, which is to say that a failure. I think in the past, totally confident that a Terran player would be able to, you know, kind of let that one go and then just macro and still have a fairly fine game. But to my point earlier, it just feels like when these simple early game aggressions, the most expected ones, don't work out, the Terran player often pulled into a position where they're defending on 3 base, and then the Protoss, in this case Hero, he's kind of just like a wild time expanding and preparing his own aggression on Bjorn's 3rd. Yeah, Bjorn was preparing to move out, but I think with the fact that Widowmine got shot down so quickly, he knew the Stalkers weren't going to be busy. They weren't going to be stuck up in the man of the natural waiting for it, so he just gave up on the idea entirely, plus he saw that it wasn't a 3rd Nexus. So, yeah, the tank push would not have worked. So many Stalkers would have been available, and so many Stalkers are available now. There is some SimCity to help out. Stalkers are very hesitant to blink into this one. If they could try and go after the natural, technically, if they get the bunker, then they get the tank, but getting the tank first would be pretty bad, I think. Would lose a lot of Stalkers for that. But the good news for Hero is that he really doesn't have to force the issue. Well, yes, he did invest into quite a few Stalkers. His 3rd Nexus is on the way. Robotics Bay and Forge coming down now. And he does have the option to find a couple of SCVs on the Warp Prism. This is just him now controlling the scenario, though. There's not much that Bjorn should be doing at this point, except for denying any amount of damage. Waiting for his upgrades, waiting for his bio. So this is completely normal. But it does put, I think, Hero in a bit of a safer, more comfortable position, shall we say. His Stalkers are on the front, so if there's that surprise tank move out, he's on it. The Warp Prism gives him not just the option to do what he already did, but also further harassment down the line. Going after the tank was a choice. I guess he actually didn't lose too much for it. Nice little micro there with the 1 Stalker blinking in first and whatnot. It was pretty nice. But this is Bjorn's time, as his upgrades are finishing and the army is moving out to try and find some crucial damage on Hero's side of the map. Hero's Warp Prism, as I was trying to point out, just now has the threats of it alive. Like, Bjorn has to always worry about that Warp Prism coming in and getting a couple of charge lots into his main base. Charge isn't done. We know that. But Bjorn also knows that the Stalkers are particularly eager to time buy. So maybe they'll buy enough time for charge to be done. One more Stalker did go down right there. But now we got force fields as well to buy that time. It looks like he kind of wanted to go for the fight, but then the Zealots were stuck and they didn't have charge anyway. So I don't know if that was like a single hotkey issue or what. It doesn't actually force field this away. Figures that this is going to come at him eventually anyway. And wants the Guardian Shield, but a little more awkward. Actually, very awkward for the Terran. Combat Shields was nowhere near completion. Not really what you want to have going on as charge is finishing and the Colossus is out. And the Colossus will particularly go after the Marines, which have been injured because of the Stalkers. What am I taking out as well? Warp Prism actually comes to the front. Might want to be a little careful about that. It's actually trying to scout by the looks of things. He was definitely controlling it, at least past the first second. But if it's coming towards the front, it means that we're going to have that contain happening now. So it's not going to go into the main, try and go for that, but it can. It always could. But right now, reinforcing on the front lines. Bjorn trying to build his 3rd CC on location, trying to guard that, as he did not give up a lot of his army, really any of his army, on the attack. 2 tanks, nice position, army spread out, Raven even available, although it does not have the interference matrix. Like, this is a pretty good holding army. And this is where Hero grubs the 4th base. Doesn't actually go up to 3 Colossus, decides that he wants to disrupt there faster. Which I guess I don't. Yeah, okay. It's definitely a choice. I can see benefits for both. 2 Forges now as well, pumping out 2 upgrades. Gonna have 2 Robos eventually too. And it looks like Hero doesn't really want to stay on the field so much. He's not going to be able to push into Bjorn. But then again, Bjorn won't be able to find a lot to do on the other side of the map. Bjorn is going to try, sending his little squad of units out to even just try and catch pylons. As we can see, Hero is dotting the map with pylons off to the bottom right. Is a good move. You know, as the Protoss army is entirely pulled back, you do have some freedom here, but he actually scans ahead, sees the army still back at home, decides that he wants to try and push out against this. The Observer's going to catch that. Hero's going to be very well positioned. How did that live so long with a Raven available, by the way? It did. But can Bjorn really push into this? Hero just actually sends the Zealots across. Just right by him. I guess if the army wasn't here, And it's not attacking the Zealots here. And then the Zealots might as well try and go over here. It wasn't really that open of an opportunity. Oh, but it's 2. Oh, it's 2 and 1. War Prism to go into the main base. Man, drop off a couple of Zealots. Excellent response. Very quick response from Byun, however, on both angles. The Zealots on the third kind of had to dawdle. So Byun had the time to unsiege his tanks and respond to the third as well, forcing Hero to recall out. It would have been a very expensive loss. We're not quite at that point where Hero can throw away 8 Zealots, no problem. But as Hero grabs a 5th base, we could get to that point eventually. Byun's 3rd CC saturated, 4th is now on the way as well. Byun going for a very slow and steady push. Anti-armor missile still very helpful. How many Vikings do we have? 6. I would say 8 is a nicer number for 2 Colossus, and that's exactly what Byun has gotten to, is 8. He's also might stay at home to deal with the Warp Prism, but the Warp Prism chilling off to the side currently is just sending the Zealots in on the field, I suppose, on the ground. That is a 6th base, which isn't necessary, but it might get up, surprisingly, as Byun is obviously going to be focused on the engagement. Nope, he does move over, and that should be very easy to cancel. Disruptor's trying to get some good shots. So far, missing the opportunity, but we do have 5 Disruptors. Stalker's also not target firing the Vikings. Allow 1 or more Colossus to go down. 1 Colossus still stands, but that is a lot of Marauders that are still pretty healthy. Medevac's full of energy as well. Byun's slow and steady methodical push working out to some degree. Managed to kill the 4th base. I can't believe this. This is why I said, surprisingly, this will live. Because this happens so often, actually. And every time, I'm still surprised. I'm like, it'll happen, but I'm still surprised. Why is that base up and running? Ha, who the hell knows? But Byun is now forced to return home, dealing with their own problem at his 3rd CC. The 4th has already been lifted. It's already done. It's actually really nice. No longer have to worry about that, but it is missing maybe some city, or perhaps he had to lift that anyways to get a concave. It's a tough decision at this point for Byun. Having this army with the Disruptor count where it's at, already up against your choke, makes the engagement a little bit more difficult, but here we go. The Zealots are doing a pretty nice job so far, but they are starting to thin out here. Upgrade advantage for Hero, but on the attack, which means the Zealots, still only that +1 armor, do get thinned out. Once the Zealots are thinned out, holy shit, that was a good one. That was a good one. That was a lot of blood right there from one Disruptor. The Zealots get thinned out. The rest of the Protoss army does not stand up very long, but Hero, recognizing that, sent those Zealots to their death, wanted to get as much damage as possible with them, then pulled the Disruptors back and prepared the Stalkers to go on a bit of a micro hunt. It was really nice anticipation. He kind of saw into the future by, 5 seconds, so this is how it's probably going to play out. I know I'm not going to win at this point. The army is too healthy. It's too big. It's too solid, basically. It wasn't going to be surrounded at any point. And so he did prepare the evacuation. So he holds on to a 20 supply lead. Now, 10 of that is in the worker count. But 10 of it is an army as well. And again, those upgrades are going to favor Hero for the next, 3 minutes or whatever. Until they're both maxed out, really. BM might be finishing his 2-2. But Hero is finishing his 3-2. He's also gone back into Colossus. He's gone back into Colossus in a big way as well, and I actually really like this. All the Vikings have been killed. Going up to 4 Colossus is usually more than you expect from a Protoss player, but I think with the Vikings all gone, and I think the difficulty of actually burning through the medevac energy and the bio health, I think 4 Colossus will do that pretty damn quickly. 2 Colossus don't really burn through Marauders super fast, but 4? I mean, that's just an inarguable good amount of AoE. And obviously the Vikings are missing. And that is really the biggest sore point here, is Byun only just now getting back to his Viking production, only off of 2 starports. He actually runs into the Zealots to try and kill the Disruptors. Oh, that is just the unideal situation. Oh no, that wasn't it, I don't think. A lot of Stalkers did just go down there. That planetary shot killed like 4 weak Stalkers right there. Disruptor also left behind. But that was a tough call. Disruptors are the prize a lot of the time. They're expensive, they're slower building. You get them out of the equation, you don't have to worry about it so much. But, oh my god, to just run your army into Zealots. Superiorly upgraded Zealots as well. Superior upgrades as well. That is tough, but he didn't want to lose the choke to his opponent's Disruptors, I think, is what, he didn't want to lose his positioning, be forced behind his planetary, and let the Protoss army just continue killing his planetary, Like, that was, I think, the decision had to be made in the split second. But it still cost him so much. Bjorn, unfortunately, is on 4 bases, though. Like, he is mining from them, so there is a chance he can recover his supply. Hero has not bothered rebuilding his 4th, by the way. He was content having his 5th and his 6th, and now a 7th. And now he's going on to an 8th, actually. And unfortunately, while Bjorn has done an admirable job in this game, it is not going to be good enough. Hero just amassing wealth behind these engagements. It is far too rich. GG. Hero wins game 1. We'll see it. Oof. Trying to be healthy is so hard. I just want to sit on my butt. Of the hairy mic, yeah. What's the point in changing it? It's just gonna get hairy again. The cat is not back. The cat's not in a cat cam position. Game number 2 is going to be on Tokamak. Bottom left is Hero. Top right is Bjorn. So Bjorn, he tries to... Basically going to do the opposite of what Kira did. Kira was pretty eager to stop Hero before Hero got started. And he tried. He really tried. Didn't work out, though. Bjorn plays a gentleman's game. A very basic Terran versus Protoss. Widowmine drop. Pretty safe opener, you know, high ground command center, but Widowmine drop into tanks to deflect the Blink Stalkers, into not really choosing to engage. You know, when it was the question was asked, should I push or should I hold? Bjorn said hold almost every single time, right? But then he did get to EMPs. He did get to a very good bio count with a good number of medevacs too, and he did do a push, and that managed to kill a 4th base. Should have also canceled a 5th, but whatever. But that still didn't win him the engagement, not in a really significant way. I mean, perhaps if I looked at the resources lost, perhaps Bjorn had technically won the engagement around the 4th, because he did kill a good number of units, the 1 Colossus, a couple Disruptors, however many Zealots, and the Nexus. But that's not enough to stem the bleeding is not the right word, but it's not enough to hold back the Protoss. The Protoss Hero was still grabbing those 2 extra bases. So even if the 5th was canceled like it probably should have been, there was another one on the way. And it didn't stop the ability to remake an army that could go across the map and could catch Bjorn in the defensive position, which as soon as the Terran gets into a defensive position, it's kind of the unfortunate position. Which might be kind of the crux of the problem right now for TVP. It is basic TVP, what we just saw, which is that, yeah, once you've kind of given up on aggression, there's not really a point in time where it's particularly wise to be aggressive. This is what it feels like, certainly, from all the TVPs we're watching that do go to 3 or 4 bases. Whereas usually, in StarCraft, the game is relatively even. The idea is that a good decision to defend could lead to the good decision to attack, and vice versa, I suppose. But it kind of feels like once you defend, you're just defending as a Terran player. And for someone like Bjorn, who is generally more aggressive, really has fun microing his units, I don't think that's a good situation for him. And it does seem to be the situation, like capitals here, for Terrans who play that macro game. I know there's some examples of Terrans winning against Protoss guys, but I do think there is a bit of a problem. There's a bit of a sticky point on that 3 base Terran versus the increasingly 4, 5, 6, 7 base Protoss. So we might see some of the best Terrans in the world not do that. They will instead go for the early aggression and either try to severely hamper their Protoss opponent or straight up win before the 3 bases. This is not a 1-1-1. The command center is up, just way back in the Stalkers did see it, or something saw it anyway, so this was not as tricky as perhaps Bjorn was hoping for. You can kind of, to a certain degree, you can tell. If you have this aggression going on, that hero does, you can get a scout as well, just by how many units respond. And in this case, you know, the Hellions showed themselves, so. That Stalker is a goner. Maybe the second Stalker could have been saved. It looks like Hero is okay with these trades as he continues rallying the Stalkers across the map. He just recognizes, I think, that Bjorn doesn't have good units right now. There is no Cyclone, there is no tank, there is no Banshee, which is kind of a good unit in low unit scenarios, and Marines aren't plentiful. So Hero's, I guess, okay, because he did just completely get rid of the opener, which might have been two Hellions trying to run across the map, trying to, you know, catch him off guard. He might contribute to a lackluster medevac drop. We know that Bjorn is not going for one, but for all Hero knows, this could have been a planned Hellion drop. And now he just killed all the Hellions. So, Observer instantly spotted. It does get that scout on... I don't know, actually. It pretty much saw exactly what I think Hero already figured. But hey, it saw a tank, you know, so the tank is out. Hero's next scouting will come with his War Prism. He did go for not Blink Opener. Not Blink Opener. So there was all those Stalkers produced from the early game trying to apply that aggression, delay the command center a little bit. They did. But that was off of kind of a low technology opener. So the Robo did come down first. There's going to be plenty of Observers, and Immortal's going to come out as well. Blink will not be available, but there is still a War Prism. So definitely a bit of a different opener from Hero. He's going to scout a pretty quick 3rd CC, actually. Most Terran players are going 3 racks, 1-1 into 3rd CC. So that's a scout for sure. And yeah, I guess you don't cancel the Immortal, but I feel like with that scout, you can feel even more at ease at getting to your prime position, getting to your 3rd Nexus, and perhaps even 4th Nexus before Bjorn's really ready to attack. Going for the Raven only to scan the Obs first is a play. When you see it, you go for it, okay? Terrans don't usually think that much. No, I'm just kidding. No, that is kind of funny, though. He probably could have just waited. Although, it might have actually been because of the 3rd CC. I am totally willing to believe that Bjorn just saw an Observer and was like, boom, scan. But I am also willing to believe that he was incredibly eager to stop any form of scouting. I could believe that. That 3rd CC is a different build. Either way, you know, the Raven's here now. Barracks obviously very delayed when you do this. So again, the Protoss player's not that scared of a direct attack. A little harassment here and there, as you see from the Raven, caught a single probe. It's not Blink first either, by the way, which I wondered if that was going to be the plan. You know, you're going to see these Stalkers, you're going to see what looks like a pretty typical build, although the War Prism was very fast, and I think Bjorn knows that. Still, you might expect Blink to be done first. It is not. So this is going to be... Usually, if you do this as a Protoss player, this is where we talk about the Terran being able to take advantage of that lack of anti-air. Mobile anti-air specifically, right? They're going to push in, and the Stalkers can't chase them back. They're going to drop into the main, and the Stalkers can't hurriedly go over there. But Charge Colossus is just a punch-in-the-face composition. So sometimes the Terran player does do all the Super Saiyan medevac drops and whatnot in the situation, and they get damage done, but then the punch to the face comes. Other times, the Terran goes Super Saiyan and actually does too much damage, the punch to the face comes, they still hold, and they win the game. But that's when you don't go for a 3rd CC this quickly. So I feel like Hero... He was already going for a late Twilight Council. This might have been his plan from the get-go, but it just feels like you can skip that blink. Bjorn is not going to be pushing you with a lot of medevacs anytime soon. Well, now soon, but when this started, anytime soon. So you can really get away with that. And blink will eventually come. You do still need it against Vikings. And in general, I suppose. So, yeah. Hero going up to the 4th base. Double upgrades. Colossus number 2 is on the way. Already got 2 Immortals, by the way. As I said, Hero getting up to a 4th base even before Bjorn's first attack. Maybe he even gets a 5th. Now that sounds insane, but I actually wouldn't be surprised. It's kind of the way that Protoss is playing right now. It's almost a little more Zergy. Not in the swarm aspect, but just in the expansion, being ahead of your Terran opponent by 1 expansion at any given time. Probably even 2. That's the way it goes now. This auto-turret harassment is surprisingly effective. 8 probes have been killed so far. 2 stalkers as well. Way to go, Raven. With the riches that Hero has accumulated off of a very macro opener, he is investing into all the things, including Warp Prism speed, which he did get last game. I forgot to note it, but that Warp Prism was zipping and zooping around. And then we got Bjorn, who obviously also kind of almost instigated, in a sense, this very macro game, also getting as much as he can off of the riches he has accumulated. But to be honest, this might be my Terran bias speaking. This still feels more dangerous for the Terran. It's like they're both doing the thing. They're both doing the thing that they want to do. But it still feels more dangerous. I've just seen so many of these mid to late game TVPs not work out well for the Terran player. If we're talking about equally skilled players, maybe I should be highlighting more how good Hero is and being local. Hero is the guy you don't want to do this against. But while he is one of the best, if not the best, Protoss players, always arguments, right? It's like kind of a lot of Protoss players I think would also be in an okay position seeing this go down the way it has. They have a clear vision. The Terran player, I feel like right now, has a little bit of an unclear vision, where it does feel like the Terran's a little more hesitant, a little less in control, and again, a little more desperate. You know, Kira showed all those early game all-ins. Bjorn going for a super macro game doesn't scream desperate. You're like, what's desperate about that? But it kind of feels like this is just trying to offset pacing. The way that the pacing of TDP used to go is a typical 2-base versus like maybe 3rd base butting setup, or 3rd base butting for both players, let's say. And then the Terran player does like 2 drops and attacks in the front, and the Protoss player barely holds. Right, but we just don't see that very much anymore. Warp Prism goes into the main as soon as Bjorn's army moves out to just tickle the 5th base that barely even stood around. And the Warp Prism does find some success. It does go down, however, so some success is about right. 3 tanks are available. Disruptor decides they just realized it couldn't go after the tanks. It was not close enough to do so. So Hero is not going to find a lot of headway here. So maybe hoping that Bjorn was a little underprepared. Maybe he had moved his tanks away. Not the case. But Hero, you know, he loses a couple of units here. Is actually down in resources lost, but he has a 5th base. So he's up to 77 probes. Going to be up at 82. Maybe he stops there, maybe doesn't. Adding on some static defense as well. But it does look like Bjorn is more so hoping that a direct push, as slow and steady as you can be, is going to win him the game. And one thing does stay the same across the last, like, 9 years. If a Terran player gets a really good concave or a surround, the Protoss army does melt. The Protoss army is not as chonky as we like to think in our own games. As Terran players. As Protoss players, you would also agree. You'd be like, yeah, it's thin as shit. But that's where, again, it's kind of almost like a little more Zergy, where you're like giving away a lot of these maybe lower tier units like Zealots, hopefully saving the higher tier ones, and then just repeating that, rinse and repeat. But if the Terran player gets a really good engagement, it can be such a good engagement that they do win the game off of it. That can still happen. It just gets progressively harder the more bases you have to kill and the more money in the bank the Protoss has. Both armies very equal in size, but actually a little bit ahead. But upgrades currently favoring the Protoss by a decent amount, 3-2 versus 2-1. That's actually very good for Hero. But I think it's picked up on it, no doubt clicking the units, realizing, plus there's just so many units not helping. They're currently attacking rocks, desperately trying to get a surround on this army. That's why he was doing that. But it took so long, he didn't even actually kill the rocks, that he's forced to respect the army, bring his entire one forward into this choky position. That kind of sucks there for Bjorn. Maybe hindsight, you kill those rocks quicker, but then you do open another pathway for Zealot run-bys. Now you're starting on the healthier rocks. No! Bjorn now down in supply, still down in those upgrades. Disruptors, I think some of them have gone down. Yeah, maybe a little careless with the disruptor control, but it's fine. Hero is up to 5, 6, 7 bases. Bjorn is not going to be on 4 for very long, methinks. Immortals helping to punch through this planetary, and now helping to punch through the Marauders that are left over after all the fights. Those are the only things really left over. And while the Marauders have found themselves in a nice little position, it's still just so much Protoss army. War Prism warping in more and more Zealots. A prepared Stargate transition, should Hero need it, is on the way. If he doesn't, this is game. GG. Yeah, this is roughly what these two have looked like playing in the Open Cups as well. Bjorn looks worse in this matchup, and he often does bring out the more macro play, but it only works against Protosses who don't properly expand, aggress, and harass. But if you're facing, the world's best Protoss, well, they're going to know how to do all of those things very, very well. So, yeah, it's kind of the same story over and over again. Bjorn is going to have to try his luck versus the other guys, which I think he will have a lot more luck against. I think he'll be better against Cure and Rogue. But we'll see who he faces, because Hero advances out, and now we're going to go into Rogue versus Cure. I've been around enough to have a physical Partouf. Oh my god. It's been years since I've heard that. Jesus. Is Apollo still around? My cat or the caster? My cat is still around. Apollo is alive. He's just, what is he doing now? He's like head of operations at ESL. I don't know. Something fancy. My cat is not as fancy, but he is around. None of the cats are here right now, actually. They've abandoned me. Just waiting for the ads. Oops. And here is the losers match. In the top left of Persephone, it is Cure. And on the bottom left, we have Rogue. I don't feel extremely confident for Rogue here. I think ZVT is a little bit weak for him, against the top Korean Terrans, which is what you're going to find in GSL. But then again, even though Cure didn't manage to beat a couple of Zergs, I think in his group as well as the qualifiers, so it's not like it's a terrible matchup for him, I do still think it's a surprisingly bad matchup. It's not bad, but it's just surprisingly not as good as the rest of them for Cure. I've seen too many TVZs from Cure where he looks, you could argue, too patient. I kind of read it as a little scared. And he does lose games from that. Like there's one versus Dark where he had an almost, it looked like an unbeatable position on the map that's like Golden Wall, I forget what it's called, El Dorado. And he didn't really push it. It looked like such a good position. And he just kind of stood around. Even though, mutas were harassing him, and that was some part of it. It was mostly just Cure not really pushing the lead that I feel like he had built up. Whereas if I imagine the same scenario with Bjorn or Maru, I just imagine the army already winning. You know, to hell with my SCVs. I'm going to push with this army. I'm going to win with it. By the time Cure didn't even push in. I think Dark pushed into him. Yeah, anyway, like that's an example of somewhat recently, but it's kind of been the case for a couple of years at this point, actually. Every now and again, Cure likes to prove me exceptionally wrong, and he just comes out swinging in TVZ and looks like a god, and I'm like, okay. But the last time I remember being truly, consistently impressed with Cure's TVZ was Gamers 8, which is almost 3 years ago at this point. That was almost godlike. And then Raynor was playing godlike, so rip. But yeah, but since then, I don't. It's just, you know, it's not where I have the most faith in him. Actually, TVP was where I had the most faith in him, and then that's kind of a difficult matchup right now for the Terrans. They're still figuring some things out. And then TVT, like he's really fine in that one. Yeah, he gets the drone. But yeah, that's my dilemma right now. So I feel like Cure overall is maybe a more consistent player than Rogue. They both perhaps a little bit of weakness in this matchup. Cure did SCV Scout, which then led to the SCV blocking the third hatch. Something that I really suggest people who aren't pro gamers just do all the time. Because a scout of minerals for us does not matter. But blocking the hatchery of a non-pro gamer Zerg is exceptionally tilting for them. Anyways, Rogue does take care of it. Lost a drone to the Reaper that was all cute and whatnot, but this is very basic opening TVZ. 3CC coming out for Cure before the starport, so the usual, really. And then maybe a Banshees alongside those Hellions. Rogue didn't do anything particularly special. In both games versus Bjorn, he did play macro. And that was kind of his undoing in the second game. But he wanted to get up to 80 drones on 4 or 5 bases, and then high technology as well. He did have the one Roach game versus Maru. And I would like to see him bring that out versus Cure. I think the only reason it didn't work against Maru because Maru was... he drank liquid luck or something. That was just insane. I don't know how that worked out. But I think otherwise it was a powerful enough build that it could catch Cure off guard. Maybe Rogue's not feeling it ever since that game. You can see a lot of oversaturation happen as Rogue was waiting on his third hatch, now transferring almost saturation number of drones to his third. Banshees are on a ticket. We got Hellion Banshee, Tech Lab on the barracks. Worth noting, I guess, we did see a mech earlier today. Most of the non-Gumiho Terrans do not play mech, so it's usually not something I think even about looking for. But yeah, it's occasionally, right? That stim should be started once he has 100 gas. Third CC on the way. Overlord will see that. It hasn't seen much this game, but you can kind of tell the lack of supply deep was the third CC. And then the Banshees, well, he didn't get a scout on the Banshees. You can produce a cautionary Spore Crawler and generally be okay against them. Just one, you know, well, what if? And then it's usually enough to give you time and save your drones. Where are the Banshees? Yeah, speak of the devil. 2 drones go down before the Spore is done, so almost perfectly timed. And it was also before Cloak, so this is kind of that's the reason the Spore was almost perfectly timed. Sometimes, and I would say most of the time, the pro gamers do wait for Cloak to be done. But there is the time where you could just send a Cloakless Banshee out, take the risk of getting hit by Queens, and find that little timing. As long as you have the Banshee, I suppose it's all good. Baneliness on the way for Rogue, so definitely no roaches in this game. 4th base as well. Creep spread on the way. Cure is still building up his production, including his starport technology. And Layer's almost done, actually, so that's the sum of the game so far. How many Hellions did he produce? 6. Oh, okay, he split them. 3 on the offense, 3 on the defense. Very safe way to play. Because the Hellions on the offense will probably never be very truly offensive. They will not go for run-bys. But they're scouting. Anything that can get on the other side of the map and see a surprise number of Lings or a surprise number of, hey, Roaches is safe to do. Banshees managed to find a couple more drones. Overseer might be a little bit late. It's also off. I think Rogue thought that wasn't punishable. I feel like that is supposed to be on the high ground? I mean, a Banshee was coming back anyway, but oh well. I'm not a Zerg player, so I cannot tell you 100% whether it is supposed to be a pervert pillar. I can tell you that it feels like the complaints from the Zerg players of pervert pillars that look like they're safe and they're not feels like it's grown the last 2 map pools. So but I feel like that was supposed to be. That was supposed to be safe. The Ling is going to not scout this, but the Changeling will. And it looks like here did not notice it is a Changeling. There we go. A lot of technology on the way for Rogue, but where is his army? Pretty well prepared. That's a good enough army, with the Banelings included. Hellbats will not be ready yet as the armory is not yet halfway done. Tank was positioned very safely. Way in the back. Wanted to clear out the creep, and then maybe, if there wasn't a response, if the scan didn't reveal a big army, maybe he would have pushed that tank up to here. Still playing it safe. Down on the low ground. More reinforcements on the way. It is going to be an 8 racks from Cure, guys, so Rogue already had to deal with this once. He did not deal with it successfully. Lurker on the way. Hive 75 drones instead of the 79 against Bjorn earlier. Not quite enough gas to get everything that he wants, though. That's a little bit of a concern. 4th hatch is under fire. 5th is in the corner. And that's where the drones have already evacuated. Queens are transfusing, because I don't think you really want to give this base up this easily. This was pretty easy. Very safe, methodical from Cure, but then still rewarded with a fairly early hatchery snipe. The 5th base will allow that saturation to continue, but going back to the larva problem that can exist, like, you gotta pay attention to that. 2-2 or 2-1 does start up, okay. And the Lurkers are perhaps Rogue's goal once again. Oh, a lot of Lings and Banelings heading across the map. Banelings might connect with the SCVs. Already killing 19, no, 23. I mean, hell, even more is going to go down, actually. That natural was ripped apart. But can Rogue hold on the defense? This is almost identical to the series versus Bjorn. He's once again not going to try and dive for a Viper to help abduct or Blinding Cloud, but maybe he wouldn't even really be able to do so. As this army was on the doorstep, decided to go for the engagements. Takes out some of the Terran army, but not nearly enough. Not for what Rogue traded out right there. Still 2 tanks anchored in a really good position. Plenty of Marines as well. And now in an abusive position too. Nah, Rogue did not do a good enough job right there. He just it feels like he let the Terran army so close so quickly. I do say that is somewhat of the map too. Persephone, not a very long distance. Oh my god. The Marines they just stood there. The Banelings on the front, not fast enough, not in plentiful enough numbers. You don't even have to micro against them at certain points. This is a massacre. Yeah, 3rd to 4th does not seem like a particularly long push. So that does suck. But Rogue does seem to have a bit of a weakness. Will Cure try to capitalize on that and do the same thing and gain for 2? There are no cats in the cat game today. Is Cure newer? No. He has played since 2012. He was on Jin Air with Trap. I actually can't remember if he's a StarCraft 2 player or Brood War player. Yeah, with, well, like a bunch of players, also with SOS, right? But I always identify those two off that time period because I felt like they looked very similar at that time as well. Was he a Brood War player? I think he might have been. If he was, I don't think he was a particularly good one. Good enough to be on a team, I guess, but not that good. I don't know. It's been a long time since I've had to think of Cure's origin story. All right, in the top left, now up 1, it is Cure. In the bottom right, we have Rogue. So, yeah. Rogue might have just revealed the weakness in that last game. They can watch each other's games, right? They could be practicing during the other set's games, or they could be looking, or both at sometimes, I guess. So it's very, very possible that Cure saw beyond 8 racks Rogue and saw the weakness. It's also extremely possible that it didn't matter and he was going to do it anyway, especially if he got that map. I can't say, because I'm not talking to Cure here. But with Rogue losing once to Beyond and then a second time, even worse, really? That was a worse loss to Cure? I feel like that just cemented the weakness. I don't want to say it's Rogue-specific weakness either. And 8 racks has always been tricky, even when it's been more out of the meta or the maps haven't necessarily accommodated as much. And I do think we're going to have Cure maybe not go for it this time because of the map. He is opening very differently as well, obviously. 2 barracks on the fronts, not meta, but it had a place long... Oh, it's a 3 racks. Oh. It's had a place long enough that it is absolutely a build that you throw out every once in a while. The forward 1 racks, the forward 2 racks, and occasionally the 3 racks. The 3 racks means it's quite dedicated and it has an actual chance to kill Rogue. You can then go into a Marine pressure, which I haven't seen in a long time, but I also haven't seen the 3 racks in a while. But you can change this into a pressure if it, kind of does the right amount of damage, and you can continue macroing. And then you have a lot of Marines without medevacs or Widowmines or anything, but the Marines kind of just hover over the edge of creep, waving their hands in front of your face, and the Zerg player can't do anything about it. But I am really concerned about this 3 racks. The Overlord's going to see 2 racks. Oh my god, no, please. No, Rogue. He didn't even see the right Reaper. He saw the first rack's Reaper pop. Oh, please don't be why he loses this game. That would be so bad. Well, it could be. Alright, so now he knows the 2 racks. There's 2 Reapers. Who'd have thunk it? He's not going to know it's a 3 racks until this Reaper goes underneath his Overlord. And if only if he's paying attention. You can also kill a hatchery. That's like, I think I don't think we see a lot of game overs legitimate. They tap out right here with the 3 racks, but we do see a lot of hatchery kills. If you go right for the hatchery with the 3 racks, it's going to go down. Even with the 2 racks, if you go right towards the hatchery and build 5 Reapers, it's going to go down a lot of the time. The 3 racks is pretty guaranteed. But if you do spend time trying to kill the Zerg, and then you don't kill the 3rd hatch, there's like a chance the Zerg can save it. But, right, every time you say, okay, I guess I can't kill you right now, I'm just going to go kill your 3rd hatch. And that's still a win. Can he? I think he might just be able to win here still, though, actually. The Reaper count, obviously not taken down at any point. Good control from Cure to keep 2 weak Reapers alive. And they regenerate faster than the Queen. How imba. And the Queens are going down, man. I'm going down! And without the Queens, slow Lings will not do the trick. Speed is not even on the way. Roachborn is not done. Cure is going to win game 2 with the good old-fashioned 3 racks Reapers. Not proxy. Drones almost get a surround, actually. Decides to try and escape while he can, because the drones were threatening a second surround. This is not the worst. This is actually not quite game over. The Reapers did not kill the 3rd hatch, by the way. This is not quite game over. It's not good for Rogue, but it's really not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I thought way more drones were going to die. Manages to only lose 7 instead of 15. And with that, he's able to, I think, hang on. As long as this army doesn't go down. Which shouldn't be possible. 4 Reapers is not that much. You have to make quite a few Lings, right? And the Roaches to help deflect this. So that does also cut into his drone count. But now that he has the army, he should be feeling pretty comfortable, you think, anyway. But 1 Roach has just gone down. Cure gonna continue microing his Reapers. There's not a lot else for him to do, because macro is easy for these pros. Although, is it? Haha, gotcha. Supply depot drop. Going after that roach cost him the supply block. But he did kill a roach, and he killed the second roach, and he might even get a third roach. Value. Rogue has been trying to replenish his drone count this entire time, is finally eking over Cure's SEV count. But he has not had an ideal number of queens. Still only working on 2. So no creep spread. The active creep tumor was killed. And Cure, not really waiting for the medevacs, is he? Realizes his opponent still doesn't have a very fearsome army. Without speedlings to threaten us around, there was nothing really threatening Cure. And still isn't. Because worst case scenario, he could go and just run away. If there were too many roaches, they're still slow. And he could stim and run away. It's not ideal, so you don't want to have to use your stim. But yeah, hovering around the edges, killing the Overlord with just supply block Rogue. He does have 4 Overlords on the way in preparation of having to build more roaches.
For casting these.
You're welcome. But Cure is going to have just more and more trouble as this game goes on. Overlord goes down, and the 2 medevacs are now out. Clearly, Rogue has to worry about how he's going to deal with that. How he's going to deal with medevac drops. He doesn't have any queens. He doesn't have any static defense. He doesn't have any creep to alert him. And his Overlords have been forced to pull back because of the complete lack of map control. They're just going to die to the Marines if they stay out. And not only that, not only the drops, but just literally, some of the point is trying to target fire these medevacs. Get the healing out of the equation. Not really possible. And for Cure, this is an easy run and gun situation. Doesn't even need the tank. Unfortunately, Rogue did lose with 3 racks. Not right then and there, but it was the 3 racks that killed him. Cure 2-0 sends Rogue packing and advances to the decider match, where he will face Bjorn in a TVT. Thank you, Miss Chaz, for the $15 Renos. Much appreciated. Broke more like Rouge. Because he's bleeding. It's the final match of the day. In the bottom left of ley lines, it is Cure. In the top right, it is Bjorn. And Bjorn is already sending an SCV out. Let's follow the rocks. Let's follow the SCV. It's going to be 2 racks. Going to be 3 racks. Could technically be a 4 racks. Although I don't think I've seen any pro gamer do that. Only seen on ladder. Most likely a 2 racks. Try and get that jump start. Possibly kill Cure. If Cure thinks that Bjorn doesn't have the guts to cheese him in game 1, it goes for 1 Rex expand, no scout. He could be in trouble. Bjorn is not going to find the ideal scenario. Cure rallies the SCV to the second gas, going to factory expand. You could still technically win with the 2 racks. It just is unlikely. Bjorn at one point was kind of universally agreed to be the best Reaper microer. I was a hipster, and I argued that there was a time where I think Uthermal actually was the best. This was many moons ago, 2016-ish, when Bjorn won his BlizzCon off of Reapers. So you could see why. But honestly, like, Uthermal was also playing very well with that. And then Reapers got nerfed and no one cared anymore. But At this point in time, while Byun's still top tier micro, I really don't put him a lot above any of the other Terrans, the Cures and the Marus. So as long as Cure, who did go for a reactor first. Okay, well, I was gonna say as long as Cure plays it safe. That is the question, isn't it? He does not know that the Turax is on the way. But here's also the thing, though, is that Byun is also can kind of play it safe, too, actually. To a certain degree. He can keep this one Reaper at home. Well, in proxy. Which is exactly what he's doing. And that actually misses the chance to take advantage of the unit-list Cure. And kind of get that jump start going. So that kind of sucks for him. But Cure didn't go for Marines, which produce faster than Reapers. So there's still a good amount of time where Byun gets to just rip through the SCV line. So Cure, he will push this back eventually. And he'll have the same amount of Reaper production with Hellions. The question is, how many SCVs does he lose in the process? 7 SCVs go down. That should probably be the end of it, unless they get a backstep opportunity. 5 SCVs below Byun, but a second command center. That's the big difference here. There's going to be a delay on it, at the very least. SCV, save yourself! Didn't try to save the SCV. Womp womp. But a second Hellion, 2 more Reapers. Byun just can't ever win off of this, but the further he delays the command center, the more that he can try and catch up, alongside having that SCV lead. His Ruined Reapers could be torn down, or they could win against the Hellions, no problem. Okay. It was the latter option. Cure might have lost the game. Oh my god, he did. Okay, yeah, that still can happen. Wow, that wasn't supposed to happen. Better grenades from Byun. Better grenades from Byun. Good focus fire on the Hellions. That's the 2 things that accumulated to this. You really are not supposed to lose at this point. Absolutely not. I was trying to say that Byun might even overstay his welcome and lose Reapers. But instead he won the micro war, so... Hot damn! Byun takes an easy game 1. Oopsie-daisy. Messed up a split a little bit. Bottom right, it is Byun. And the top left, it is Maganatha. Maganatha, whatever. Byun kind of... not so much a split as much as the micro attempt on the closest mineral patch. I'm on to you. Now, that was... I don't even think that is something you can replicate. You don't play that 10 times, Cure Byun, Reaper, Reaper, and get the same result every single time. I don't think that actually proves that Byun has generally superior Reaper control. I mean, he might, but I don't think that's what actually proves it. It's just one of those scenarios where things happen so quickly, and there's such an assumption on the side of Cure that he has the stronger army, that the very fine details are kind of overlooked. And then the next time that situation ever arises, which just seems highly unlikely, the Turax versus the Reactor first and Reapers, you pull back after the first grenades you throw out. You don't chase after the Reapers. You, your grenades actually hit the center of their army instead of vice versa. Byun's like, you're going to do it, aren't you? Byun, a little cautious here, because he is going for a 1 Rax expand. He doesn't go for the full-on SCV scout. He just goes for the proxy SCV scout, which saves a little bit of money. And generally scouts the 2 Rax if it was actually on the way. Generally. In this case, it is a 2 Rax, it's not in proxy. So Byun doesn't get the chance to actually scout this because he did not send his SCV across the map. So that's the kind of funny thing about this. Like, yeah, you have the ability to defend what Cure is doing with your own build, you should not die here. But funnily enough, the safe SCV play, you know, manages to miss something that could have been very easily scouted. But yeah, that's the risk reward of saving the SCV for more mining versus sending it across the map. First Reaper shows up. That's not a surprise, although it is kind of fast. Was it an earlier barracks? I mean, maybe it wasn't actually. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Reaper from Beyond just stayed at home longer, and I think that is the case. But the point is, the second Reaper is going to show up. And then it's going to go, oh my god, he's got 2 barracks! Oh god, Jesus! No. No, Beyond doesn't lose to this, right? Beyond doesn't lose to this. Don't tell me that Beyond loses to this. Okay, so Kier figures the Hellions are about to pop, which he is right, so he does skedaddle. He does not lose to this. Significant delay on his command center. Very important for Kier, who is looking for these little bits of successes. The Hellions are still not the guaranteed hold, as we saw in the last game. Nice little concave from the Reapers, couple of grenades to crowd control the Hellions, and then it can snowball. That's not going to be the case here. 2 Hellions still alive, joined up by another 2. Kier kind of missed the opportunity, I think. Yeah. The timing's gone at this point. But he does get a scout. I mean, he gets the SEV kills, he gets the command center delay, and he gets a scout. And I haven't seen the 6 Hellion opener in TVT in a while. Kier actually sent his own Hellion across the map. Likes the amount of aggression he's finding. Just going to continue throwing it. With a concave of Reapers with grenades controlling the ramp, I could definitely see his point. Doesn't control the ramp so much, but still has a nice concave. And the Hellions are terrible against concaves. I don't know if the Hellions win this, man. That's a lot of healthy Reapers. They focus fire 1 Reaper at a time, but that's, you know, not exactly ideal. Command Center has to lift. No 2 SCV production. Kier is now pretty solidly in lead. Up by 5 workers, about to produce 2 SCVs at a time. Still trading out somewhat efficiently against the Hellions, which, by the way, it's not like they're that scary even if they do live. I mean, I guess they're a little scary. If there were still 7 or 8 Hellions on the field, maybe the Cyclone would have to be scared, but, you know, Hellions, they have a very limited amount of time as to where they're effective. The Cyclone, definitely the bigger baddie right now. Gonna kill the last Hellion, only Marines at this point. Auto turret can help, move away from the auto turret, a little late to it. That's gonna be RIP Cyclone. Good job, auto turret. If he had predicted it and moved away instantly, that Cyclone still is killing maybe 3 extra SCVs. Nonetheless. But still. Kier, interestingly enough, has gone into a bit of a 2-base setup here. 2-1-1. But what further encourages the 2 base is the single engineering bay. You can, you know, delay your tank, I suppose, and maybe delay the add-on of the starport or something. You could get a 3rd CC instead, and then add on your double engineering bay, and then add on your 3rd barracks. But Kier is gonna 2-base it for a little while. Beyond so far. Actually, a little supply block is his problem currently. Obviously, 2-basing as well. He actually might have gone for a 2nd starport play. It's odd now with the amount of SCVs lost. But he is going for these Vikings here. They're not going to pop in time to deal with this little medevac drop. No stim. Still catching Beyond off guard, however. Killing... Wait, what was the focus fire? Oh, it did eventually kill SCVs. I saw the counter stop at 2, and I was like, what are the Marines doing? It did go up to 6. That makes more sense. So 6 SCVs do go down. To the sacrifice of the medevac drop, though. The medevac drop also, I was going to say, did not actually confirm the build. I'm not sure it saw the reactor on the starport. And I didn't see Vikings pop out of it, but you know, that's kind of the only thing that would pop out of it. So that scan's pretty important. It sees the reactor. It knows that Vikings are out. 3 Ravens, Relentless Vikings, single tank production. That's tough. That is a critical set of units, even in a low amounts. Kira's already dedicated to his 2 medevac drop, however, so he's just going to continue gunning for it. And I think that is the wisest play. Keeping this army back at home in your own choke against the incoming attack would just make it really awkward. I like this a lot better. Kira definitely choosing the right thing here. He's going to probably win the game off of it. Interference Matrix on top of Kira's tank. Auto turrets do come down. First bunker was destroyed, but second bunker. What about second bunker? Second bunker holds. Tank even lived. Just barely. Does get target fired. And the bunker is only meant to hold for a little bit. It will not hold forever. The SCVs go back to mining. Kira is continuing to shred Bjorn's base. Bjorn manages to get a Viking and a tank in position to perhaps hold the low ground. This army could also come back home. Kira's, whoa, okay. I didn't think he was going to tap out right there. Because I was just going to point out, this is still kind of a weird situation. But it looks like Bjorn realized that his killing potential wasn't up. He had a very slow army that depended on perfect positioning and being coordinated. Whereas Kira's army was not as dependent on that. It could pick up, land on the tank, kill it, and then kill all the SCVs. So basically, Bjorn just realized what was eventually going to happen and tapped out as soon as he did. I thought he'd play on a little while longer, but nope. So Kira makes it a 1-1. Final game of the group. Bottom left Kira, top right Bjorn. One man advances. The other loses. Whoever advances into the round of 8, I guess. No. Round of 4? Wait, where do they advance to, actually? With it starting off as a round of 12, it's kind of gotten me a little twisted, so I'm sure if I thought long and hard enough, it'd be clear to me, but I can't think right now, so. But the point is, whoever wins advances. Whoever loses has to wait for Season 2, which is, like, only a month away, if that. They're trying to fit in all the GSLs before EWC because they are qualifiers, and that is really what these guys are playing for. $25,000 from GSL is nice, but $700,000 from EWC is nicer. And if you do want to support GSL and the Korean scene, patreon.com/GSL is where you can go for that, as well as get access to these replays if you'd like them. No Reaper shenanigans this time. Kira's going to 1-rax expand. He's using the SCV scout that Bjorn did. Bjorn is not grabbing a second barrack, so he's also 1-rax expanding. All right, both will 1-rax expanding. They've had enough of these Reaper shenanigans. Of course, if Kira did 2-rax this game, he probably would have won. But you can't know that. So Ultra Love's going to give us our most macro TVT yet. We'll see what variations they throw in the mid-game. We saw Bjorn, his plan was go into a 2 starport push. It was kind of offset because of the SCV losses earlier. It was still his plan. He was getting a second starport by the time he tapped out. I think I liked it on the previous map more. I'm not sure about doing it on Ultra Love. I also assume that both players will go for bio. Finally, a little bit happening as the SCV does go down. Kira's Reaper should survive. I think it has a grenade, yeah. So it could always depend on that. No super greedy build coming out from either player. Both of them getting their second gases. An almost identical build order, except that Bjorn has fallen behind by about 1.5 SCVs, guys. 1.5? He's dead. Tech Lab comes down for Beyond on his factory, so Kira's gonna bother getting a Hellion. I don't have much faith in a Hellion. It might get a chance to dart into the natural and kill an SCV just because Beyond's waiting for the Reaper to hop into the main base. But very, very similar. Wish I could tell you what player is more likely to do X or Y, but TVTs have not been coming around very often. Beyond is going to go for the medevac, so that is the biggest difference for sure. Kira's going for good old reliable. He's got a tank on the way. Ravens to be produced from the starport by the looks of things. Beyond might eventually go into Ravens, but first the medevac. First, a little bit of pressure. This medevac opener did dominate TVT for a while, but then TVT got reverted. The Cyclone wasn't the only thing that changed amongst all these patches in the last 2 years, but for simplicity's sake, we can say that TVT was basically reverted to what it was a year and a half ago. With the Cyclone being changed back to what it was. And that does seem to have, I guess, contributed to the lack of medevac versus medevac scenarios in TVT that was really quite rampant up to the end of that particular patch. Tank well positioned, so the non-Cyclone drop, by the way, just the Marines. Not going to find any success. Second tank going to pop in the main as well. It's not the worst thing that to have medevac do a lot. Doesn't get a lot of scouting either, though, and that's maybe something that Beyond will want to prioritize, seeing if there's a third CC, seeing if it is mech, seeing if it is a 2-star port would probably be the most dangerous thing. Not that you would usually get to see that, but, you know, the starport does go in the reactor, so... That could have literally been the check right there. Tech Lab was researching. Okay, yeah. So he also saw that Interference Matrix is available. It sounds like something that you would get every single TVT, but actually, not necessarily. I've seen some TVTs where one player does not go for Interference Matrix, and not just because they didn't go for Ravens. But it is pretty typical if you're going to go for 1, 2, or 3 Ravens, which I went up to 3 last game. Only got 2 here for Cure. Going into the Vikings now, third CC is on the way. This is not the dedication that we saw from Beyond last game that ended up working out. This is still aggression. You are not prioritizing your barracks production and barracks upgrades. You're prioritizing those Vikings. So Beyond's still got to take this seriously. Scan ahead reveals Beyond's pretty well prepared for it. You know, don't want to siege up if Beyond is ready to tackle this, but now you do want to siege up. SCVs have been pulled. Auto turrets going down for both parties. This could be the decider. 11 SCVs haven't gone down. Medevac drop on the backside was really nice. Maybe ideally a little bit faster, but that was nice. 13 SCVs do go down, however, and that puts Beyond in a very tricky position. His third CC is finished, but Cure's is as well. No other significant leads for Beyond. He just simply is behind by 13 workers. That actually really sucks. You know, I think the better situation, if you could have gotten there, is Beyond having more of the stop point being on the low ground, not letting him get so close to his main base, and then also having that medevac drop come from behind just 3 seconds sooner. I think that could have been huge. Instead, Cure, with a similar but not quite identical build, gets all that damage done, plus 2 more SCVs. Oh, the Raven came in. It'll sacrifice itself, though, so not really worth it. That is Beyond with 2 Ravens to Cure's now 0. But Cure does have the Vikings, and if he can get them on the front, he could maybe delay or deny Beyond's auto turrets, but they're not in the front, so the auto turrets are going to come down. Oh, the Interference Matrix. Either one. Looks like Beyond wasn't confident in his ability to break that, even with the disables, so he's going to pull back. He's got to respect the Vikings sharking around for the air units, too, since he doesn't have that much anti-air in his army. Cure going to try and get his third CC up as fast as possible. Beyond is doing the same back at home, but he kind of needs to... Ideally, he wants to stop his opponent from getting it down lickety-split. Miss rally on some SCVs, apparently, too. Beyond a little bit of falling apart right now. This is still a situation that in TVT specifically, I very much believe in the comeback. Beyond, with his increasingly more mobile army... no, I spoke too soon. No, never mind. It's actually getting less. And Nidus V's went down again. Oh, Liberators, right. He built those Liberators. I actually saw them and totally forgot to comment on them. Oh, the Liberators. No. I thought maybe Bjorn had prioritized his barracks production. He did not. He actually tried to get a couple of Vikings of his own. But now he's just building into a losing game. Whereas if he had maybe had the ability to get more Marines than his opponent, if he had gotten to 30 Marines versus, 10, just throwing numbers out, that mobility can cause issues. But it's a very similar army. Kira just is winning in every situation. The Ravens did not impact the fight well enough. And this will be the end of Bjorn in GSL Season 1. He's not going to tap out soon, though. No, sir. If there's even a chance, Bjorn will stay in this game. But I'm not sure there is a chance. Kira dominated that engagement, still kept all of his Vikings alive to have the air superiority. Doesn't have a lot of Marines, so maybe if the ground units jump on top of the tanks. But they cannot do so. And that is 5 tanks, by the way. Kira just doesn't send them all across the map. All of his production is set up. 5 barracks have been around for a while, waiting for all their add-ons. Upgrades are going to finish for Kira faster as well, combat shield specifically. Bjorn's got no options, man. The last hurrah! Combat shield versus combat shieldless. Not quite going to work out with all those tanks supporting Kira as well. And that is it. GG. Kira takes the 2-1, advances in the GSL. And Bjorn will have to start practicing for Season 2. Womp womp. I'm glad to hear it, Ludicode. But that's it for StarCraft. We're done with the replays. Pretty quick group. I'm going to play an ad break and BRB. And then I'm going to swap to playing some of the WarCraft campaign. So, there's no cat, unfortunately. We're just going to put up a good old-fashioned BRB screen. All right. really had an urge to play Final Fantasy recently. I think in part because of the Magic the Gathering cards, which I'll probably buy eventually. Not all of them, but some of them. There's some really cool artwork. If you guys haven't heard of it, it's like a whole, you know, it's like more than one deck too. Like it's a lot of cards. I don't know. When I heard it initially, I thought it would be like a booster pack or something. No, Jesus, cat. Palo. We are starting the Frozen Throne campaigns. Let's get a cinematic. Oh shit.
Betrayer. In truth, it was I who was betrayed. Still I am hunted. Still I am hated. Now my blind eyes see what others cannot. That sometimes the hand of fate must be forced.
I think he has a point. Justice for Illidan. Us. Illidan has a point. He did nothing wrong. Yeah, they're Final Fantasy themed Magic the Gathering cards. They're really cool. Before we get into the game. There's like a ton of them. And they, like, introduce new mechanics and stuff too, which I would never understand anyway, but... Some of the artwork I really like. Some of the artwork's a bit, whatever. There's a non-zero chance that 8 Remake will have a turn-based combat system. I would love that to be the case. But I also don't believe an 8 Remake will be coming anytime soon. So, woe is me.
These tracks are fresh, but they split off in opposite directions. Illidan must be getting help from someone.
Your orders, mistress.
You watchers split up into 2 parties. Scour the woods. Find what you can. We'll meet you further up the coast. Remember, sisters, if you find Illidan, do not attempt to take him without the rest of us. He is far too dangerous to tackle alone.
Yes, mistress.
The rest of you, follow me.
Illidan just got released from prison. Took some demon in him, but not enough to make him go crazy. Saved the night elf. And then he was yelled at. I really don't see their point. I really don't.
Justice will be done.
How may I
We're
serve the
wasting
goddess?
time here. I
That
can
village
wait.
has been erased. The bodies have been mutilated.
Okay, well, until he did this.
Illidan's stench hangs heavily over this place. But those tracks were not made by any demons I know of. Be wary, my sisters. There's no telling what horrors Illidan has called to his side.
I mean, now that he's, sent Naga to go and kill a bunch of people and shit, I mean, then that's pretty bad.
Now is the time. The hunt awaits. I will finish the hunt. The end draws near.
I'll do that.
Justice will be done. We must hurry. For the Watchers. Illidan is out there somewhere. Ashal Therados! We're wasting time here. Illidan is out there somewhere. The hunt awaits.
Illidan, that's all she
will
talks
finish
about.
The hunt. I can wait no longer. The end draws near. Now is the time. The guilty will suffer. We're wasting time here. I can wait no longer. Now is the time. The guilty will suffer.
Mistress, the Furbolgs have succumbed to the
Oh,
forest's
no.
corruption. It's as if they've lost themselves to mindless rage.
Dude looks
The
like
tribe
Satan.
suffered greatly during the Legion's invasion. They cannot be saved.
Don't hold that against him.
Justice will be suspected. Their whole race has gone mad. Slay them all.
Some elf reunion. Yeah.
We must hurry.
I feel like he has a case.
The hunt awaits. I will finish the hunt.
She's not as tanky as I wanted her to be. Whoops, it easy.
Time here.
Out the way.
We must hurry. Now is the time. The end draws near. The hunt awaits for justice. Justice will be done. The guilty will
Give
suffer.
me an item.
Watchers are ready.
Waiting around.
Illidan is out there somewhere. For the Watchers. We're wasting time here. I can wait no longer. I will finish the hunt.
I guess.
Justice will be done. I will finish the hunt.
I guess that's okay.
We're wasting time here. Ashal Therados! The end draws near. The guilty will suffer. We must hurry. I can wait no longer. Now is the time. The hunt awaits.
Hey.
We will
Illidan
find
is
Yes.
out there somewhere.
Increase agility by hero by
Illidan
1.
is out there somewhere. The guilty will suffer. I can wait no longer. The Legion's corruption still grips the land. We're wasting time here. Now is the
ambush!
time.
Ambush!
Satyrs are attacking! Drive the foul brutes back! So, Illidan sent you foul satyrs to slow us down. He must be getting desperate. The hunt awaits. We're wasting time here.
Your man.
For justice! Illidan is out there somewhere. We must hurry.
Oh.
Justice will be done. The hunt awaits. The end draws near. Now is the time. I can wait no longer. The end draws near.
Mistress Shadowsong. We're lucky to have found you.
Report.
My party was attacked by a bloodthirsty wildling. Apparently, Illidan's passing drove the creature mad. There's no telling how many more innocents it might harm.
This madness must end. We will find the creature and put it down.
Oh, poor little owl chicken
We're
thing.
wasting time here.
I am
The hunt
slave
awaits.
of the goddess.
Illidan is out there
Stop
somewhere.
giving me mana, I need health.
Illidan's new minions struck here as well. They're bloodthirsty and fearless, whoever they are. Ashal Therados! Justice will be done. Ashal Therados! We're wasting time here.
Yeah, I want
The
that.
hunt awaits.
I
We
want that
must
single
hurry.
target for the wild
guilty
kin.
will suffer. We must hurry. That's the creature we're after. Slay it quickly and put it out of its misery. I will finish the hunt. The hunt
It's
awaits.
got friends.
Waiting on you. Say no more.
Illidan is out there somewhere. I can wait no longer. Now is the time. Justice will be done. We're wasting time here.
Guilty and innocent alike.
Illidan is out there somewhere. The hunt awaits. We're wasting time here. I will finish the hunt. The end draws near. The guilty will suffer. I can wait no longer. The end draws near.
How may I serve the
We
goddess?
must hurry. Justice will be done. I will finish the hunt.
Is there trouble?
Illidan is out there somewhere. Justice will be done. We must hurry.
Lesser
The
healing,
hunt
I'll take it.
awaits. We're wasting time here. Illidan is out there somewhere. We're wasting time here. We must hurry. Now is the time. The guilty will suffer. The guilty
KFC
will suffer.
time?
I can
Oh,
wait
no.
no longer.
With owlbears?
Justice will be done.
Or
I
owlkins?
will finish the hunt. Now is the time. The end draws near. I will finish the hunt.
There, mistress. Those must be the creatures we're after.
Wretched my heavens, you are no match for
Naga. Many craven races have tempted our wrath over the centuries. None have survived.
Wretched woman, we will retake the surface world and put an end to your vile race once and for all.
Do you really want to be a part of the surface world? It's not that great.
The end draws near. For justice!
Make it.
The hunt awaits. We must hurry. We're wasting time here.
Steep your mind.
I'll wait. Justice will be done. The hunt awaits. Illidan is out there somewhere. We must hurry.
As you wish.
The hunt awaits. I can wait no longer. Justice will be done. Illidan is out there somewhere. Poor folk were slain just like the others. Illidan has much to answer for. He'll wish he were still chained in his cell when I get through with him.
But these wrecks, why would they destroy ships?
I don't know. Wait. He may have taken to the sea. Hurry, sisters.
Genius.
The port of Nindis lies to the north. Perhaps there we can find a ship and set sail after Illidan. He will suffer. I can wait no longer. I will finish the hunt.
I mean,
The hunt
Illidan
awaits.
kind of confirming he's the bad guy at this point.
We will
I
find
mean, I know he was
justice
wronged, but
and honor. It shall be
We're
done.
wasting time here. Illidan is out there somewhere.
We will find justice.
We're wasting time here. The end draws near. Now is the time. I can wait no longer. Justice will be done. The hunt awaits.
peasant hoes.
We must hurry.
No, but seriously, why do they want our land?
We're wasting time here.
They were just
The guilty
chilling
will suffer. I will finish the hunt. We must
in the ocean.
Now is the time.
What did
The
Illidan
end
tell them?
draws near. Now is the time. Justice will be done.
Oh, I see. She has to blink
The
across.
hunt awaits.
I get it. Did I miss other blink opportunities? I probably did.
Illidan is out there somewhere. I can wait no longer. For the Watchers! For the Watchers! For justice! Ashal Theridas! Ashal Theridas! I will finish the hunt.
They both do agility. Nice.
The end draws near. The guilty will suffer. The end draws near. I can wait no longer. The hunt awaits. We must hurry. We're wasting time here.
Are those his steps? Does he
Justice
literally
will be
leave
done.
flaming steps behind?
In position.
Illidan is out there somewhere. For the Watchers. We must hurry. The hunt
Mr.
awaits.
Shadow Song, thank Elune. A band of satyrs captured the rest of my party. The twisted brutes are holding them in the nearby woods.
We will find them. No longer. I will finish the
I'll
hunt.
save
The
you.
guilty will suffer. The end draws near.
Night of Watchers. I knew there were more of them skulking around out there.
You will release my warriors immediately.
I think not, woman.
Wow, I killed him before we could even finish.
Hi! We being invaded?
Illidan is out
there
there
trouble?
somewhere. We're wasting time here. I will finish the hunt. For justice. The hunter awaits.
Oh shit!
Justice will be done. I will take that. The hunter awaits.
It is a little tough.
One shot. We're wasting time here. Illidan is out there somewhere. We must hurry. The end draws near. We're wasting time here.
Hi!
Justice will
What
be
is
done.
I could go back and
We
heal,
must hurry.
Is
but
Illidan is
Hi!
I don't feel
What
like
is
it.
nature's
somewhere.
call?
The hunt awaits. We're getting close. I smell something vile upon the wind. Time. Justice
trouble?
will be done.
Okay, well now
The
that they've
hunt
warned me,
awaits.
I
Are we
mean, I feel
being
like I should go
invaded?
back and heal. Well, now that you said that.
Illidan
What
is
is
out
nature's
there
call?
somewhere.
She also needs more
Hi.
We're
mana.
wasting time here.
Point the way. Fair enough.
What is nature's call?
Waiting on you. All too easy.
In position. I walk in shadow.
Your move.
Justice will be done.
Waiting on you. On your mark. Say no more. Point the way. Done. On your mark.
Illidan is out there somewhere. We must hurry. I can wait no longer. We're
we
wasting
being
time
invaded?
here. The
I
hunt
think it's good
awaits.
enough.
Is there trouble?
We're wasting time here.
Hi!
Justice will be done. The
there
guilty
trouble?
will suffer. The hunt
Hi.
awaits.
What
Illidan
is
is out
nature's
there
call?
somewhere. We must
Are we
hurry.
being invaded? Hi! For the trees.
Man,
We must hurry.
whenever I
Now
really
is
pay
the time.
attention to the unit lines, I
guilty
just
will
remember all the
suffer.
What is
custom
nature's
games you used to
call?
play.
Finish the hunt. The hunt awaits.
Good memories.
We're wasting time.
There he is! Look, he upgraded his tunic. Now he's got flame decals.
Quickly, you fools. The ships must be burned. The Master doesn't wish to be followed.
I cannot allow Illidan to escape again. We must slay those Naga before they burn the ships.
You are too late, little one. The Master has already set sail for distant shores. However, he wished to thank you for the hospitality you provided during his imprisonment. He has thus to repay you.
But she was weirdly absent from the actual
You're
battle.
certainly welcome to try, monster. Justice will be done. I can wait no
Are we
longer.
being invaded? Glad.
Illidan is out there somewhere. Illidan is out there somewhere. We're wasting time here. The end draws near. The hunter waits. I can wait no longer. We must hurry. Justice will be done.
Yeah.
Now is the time.
Oh, not my dryad.
Justice will be done. Finish the hunt. The end draws near. The guilty will suffer. The hunter waits.
Are we being invaded? The hunter lost.
We're wasting time here.
Was there trouble?
Illidan is out there somewhere. We must hurry for the Watchers.
What is making Hi! Cry.
The hunter wins.
Hi! Aim dead.
Justice will be done. I can wait no longer.
What is nature's call?
Oh, we're wasting time here.
Waiting on you.
Are we
We
being
must
invaded?
hurry. The end draws near. Illidan is out there somewhere. We must hurry. Justice will be done. We're wasting time here. Illidan is out there.
We did it.
somewhere. The hunt awaits.
Mistress, do you believe we can defeat Illidan even if we find him?
Illidan has grown powerful. Of that, there is no doubt. He consumed the energies of the skull of Gul'dan.
But he was still okay.
Now he is neither night elf nor demon, but something more.
Mistress, why would the Naga harbor so much hatred for us?
We must trust time to reveal all things. Now hurry. Illidan has a considerable lead on us. We must capture him before he causes any more harm.
He's a Mary Sue in Legion? Is he? Why are we after Illidan? No, we broke him out of his prison against Malfurion's wishes, and then he immediately went to go drink from the skull of Gul'dan, but to save us. And he did save us. And then Malfurion was like, why'd you do that? Now you're a demon. You're banished. Seemed like a knee-jerk reaction to me.
Mistress, we followed Illidan's course due east, as you asked. But these strange islands do not appear on any of our maps.
I suspected as much. These islands must have been formed only recently.
What makes you say that?
The ruins all around us, Naisha. I recognize them. This was once the great city of Suramar, built before our civilization was blasted beneath the sea 10,000 years ago.
But
Did
how
Balin
could...
do that?
Are you suggesting that these islands were somehow raised from the seafloor?
Perhaps. Though there are few powers left in the world capable of raising islands from the deeps. Regardless, it's a mystery we'll have to solve later. We'd best head inland and set up a base camp. Once we're situated, we'll pick up Illidan's trail. Here,
Yay,
sisters,
macro!
let's establish a base so we can continue our hunt for Illidan.
The elves drug tested him. Now he's not natty.
Illidan is out there somewhere. We're wasting time here. The hunt awaits.
Oh yeah, we got our Ancient of Wonders! Woohoo! What else we got?
We must hurry. Justice will be done.
To make your, I know,
Now is
right?
the time.
It's
will
so
finish
lazy,
the hunt.
But it
We
does the
must
job.
hurry. Illidan is out there somewhere. We're wasting time here. The hunt awaits for justice. The hunt awaits. The guilty will suffer. We must hurry. Illidan is out there somewhere. The guilty
What, no
will
item?
suffer. I will finish
Pah.
the hunt. Now is the time.
Point the way.
We're wasting time here. Justice will be done. Justice will be done.
I'm new, but drank more grape juice. So what, they're gonna attack me from over there as well?
We must hurry.
Research
the
finished.
end draws near. We're wasting time here.
Stand ready.
Illidan is out there somewhere. The hunt awaits.
Your building is
We
complete.
must hurry. Justice will be done.
Point the way.
Illidan is out there somewhere. I can wait no longer.
Preparing my
We're
all
wasting
druid
time
army.
here. The hunt awaits. Illidan is out there somewhere. We're wasting time here. Justice will be done. The hunt awaits.
Oh, that's a priest back there.
My watchers are ready. Certainly.
The hunt awaits.
Little Murloc priest.
Illidan is out there somewhere.
Your building is complete. Make it fast.
Justice will be done. We must hurry.
Point the way. Justice.
We're wasting time here.
What do I get now? Staff of Negation, Town Portal, Scroll Game.
We must hurry. Illidan is
Your
out
building
there
is
somewhere.
complete.
Point the way.
We're wasting time here.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
Oh, it's not done.
The hunt awaits. Justice will be done.
What's with your Protoss APM? I know. Having the APM count on WarCraft
Goddess,
Light my
just reveals how lazy I am.
standing guard.
We're wasting time here.
On your mark.
Illidan is out there somewhere. I can wait no longer. Justice will
Point the
be
way.
done. The hunt awaits.
It's your Terran APM?
Justice will be done.
Waiting on you.
We're wasting time here.
On your mark. All too easy.
Illidan is out there
I
somewhere.
remember when my Brood War friends told me I needed an APM of 300 to play Brood War Terran, at least.
We must hurry. Ashal Theradas. The hunt awaits.
Shit. Oh, I meant to buy, but fine.
Sacred grove is being desecrated.
Naga awaits. Careful, sisters. There's no telling what the creatures have in store for us. We must hurry. Justice will be done. The hunt awaits. Now is the time. Illidan is out there somewhere. We must hurry.
Your building is complete.
Justice will be done. We're wasting time here. Justice will be done. Illidan is
Oh, I guess I
out
don't get
there
druids if
somewhere.
I don't get
The
the
hunt
transformation, though. Oh,
We're
no.
wasting
Light
time
my
here.
path.
Maybe I'll just go Dryads.
Speak your mind.
Oh,
We must
wow!
hurry. Illidan is out there somewhere. Justice will be done. We must hurry. The guilty will suffer.
Fair enough.
The hunt
Point
awaits.
the way.
Oh, shit!
We're wasting time.
That's a behemoth back there.
We're wasting time here. I will finish the hunt.
Point the way.
Justice will be done.
Make it
Illidan is out there somewhere.
Ha! Mike Road.
We must hurry.
Confused the hell out of the guy.
research finished.
Oh, wait, come
Illidan
back!
is out there somewhere. For the Watchers, now is the time.
Where are you going?
We must hurry.
Waiting on you.
We're wasting time here.
On your mark. Point the way. Say no more.
The hunt awaits. Justice will be done.
Goddess,
The
light
end
my
draws
path.
near.
I can blink to that?
I can wait no longer.
Okay.
Illidan is out there
Research
somewhere.
finished.
I'll get there.
We can't build there.
The hunt awaits. The guilty will suffer. I will finish the hunt.
Standing guard.
Point the way.
We must hurry. Justice will be done. I can wait no longer. The guilty will suffer. We're wasting time here.
Point the way.
We're wasting time here. We must
On your
hurry.
mark.
There's a bit of discussion about AP in Warcraft 3. Natural is a bit lower. Oh yeah, for sure.
Justice will be done. Illidan is
Like if this
out
was a
there
StarCraft 2
somewhere.
campaign, it wouldn't be this low. But yeah, there's just not as many actions necessary at home.
Research
So there's
finished.
not as much like
The hunt
macro
awaits.
spam.
On your mark.
We must hurry.
In position. I shall not fear, as the goddess wills.
And there's not really like stutter stepping,
The
for
hunt
instance,
awaits. The end draws
in
near.
Warcraft, I think. So
Now is the time. Illidan is
the
out
way.
there
there
somewhere.
may be a little less on the
We're
micro
wasting
front.
time here.
Of course, Grubby still gets up to like
Justice will be
300
done.
with all the individual
must hurry.
microing.
Speak your
I
mind.
am the blade of the
Illidan
goddess.
is out there
Point the
somewhere.
way. Done.
We're
Ah,
wasting
the
time
great
here.
Your building is complete. Is there trouble?
Justice will be
What is
done.
nature's call?
The hunt
Hi.
awaits.
We can't build them.
The hunt awaits.
Are we being invaded?
I was about to kill him. Slay the beast.
An orc. I smell the stench of demons about him.
Rest easy, stranger. This old wanderer
No thanks.
has no quarrel with you or your king. I am Drakthul, once a powerful warlock of the Stormweaver tribe. Now, I am the last of my kind.
What are you doing here?
Your pardon, lady, but I am hunted by restless ghosts. They've chased me day and night for nearly 20 years. Perhaps if you silence them for me, I will tell you my tale.
I'll consider it. Illidan is out there
Kill your house for an item.
Justice will
nature's
be
call?
done. I will finish the hunt. For justice, the guilty will suffer.
Come on.
The end draws near. Now is the time.
Hi! Ah, the great outdoors.
The end must hurry. We're wasting time here.
Are we being invaded?
The hunt awaits.
Are we being invaded?
Illidan is out there
I
somewhere.
am sworn.
Oh, really?
I
Okay,
can
that
wait
was
no
yeah,
longer. We must
Hey.
hurry.
What is nature's call? Make
Justice
the
will be done. We're wasting time here.
Hi!
We're wasting
sacred
time
grove
here.
is being decimated.
More Naga. Slay them, sisters.
Kill them all in the Empress's name.
Damn, these things actually kind of painful, man.
Illidan is out there somewhere. Justice will be
Make it
done.
fast. I walk in shadow. As the god
The hunt awaits.
Are we being invaded?
We must hurry. I will finish the hunt. I will finish the hunt.
Standing guard. In
We're
my
wasting time here.
Make it fast.
Innocent alike. Justice
Hi.
will be done. Illidan is out there somewhere.
You're a
Hi!
deathless
The hunt
run.
What is
awaits.
nature's
The
call?
end draws
Are we
near.
being invaded?
The sleeper has awakened.
Are we being
There
invaded?
are
Justice will
Hi.
be done.
Our sacred grove is being decimated.
Ah!
What is
Out there
nature's call?
somewhere.
I'm awake. No Dora. My path.
Okay, not particularly helpful, are you?
Watch of war. Of war.
The hunt awaits. We must hurry. We're wasting time here.
I'm game. Hi! Taste!
The hunt awaits. Illidan is out there somewhere.
Are we being invaded?
Justice will be done. We must hurry.
Is there trouble?
We're
we
wasting
being
time
invaded?
here. We must hurry. The
Hi.
guilty will suffer. The hunt
Are we being
awaits.
invaded?
Now is the time. Justice will be done.
Shipyard!
Illidan is
What
out
is
there
nature's
Get in the ships!
Our
Research
time
finished.
is gone.
On your mark.
My strength is yours. I'm awake. I'm awake.
Ah, the great outdoors. Is there trouble? I'm game.
Should I have gotten a frigate? Frigate.
Your building is complete.
Yeah, I was already told that, Boomilja. I just don't care that much. I could also move the units behind it so that I can actually escape, but I don't care that much.
We're wasting time here. The hunter waits. I can wait no longer.
This is a lot of units, man. Am I not supposed to go here?
Justice will be done.
This feels like another one of those. Not supposed to do that.
Your building is complete.
Illidan is out there
Is there
somewhere.
Where shall
The
I
hunter
strike?
waits.
What is nature's call?
We must hurry.
Our sacred grove is being desecrated.
Oh,
We're wasting time here.
Are we being invaded?
The hunter waits. Justice
Are we
will
being
be
invaded?
done.
Awake.
We
I'm
must
awake.
hurry.
I stand.
I am sworn to avenge. Our sacred grove is being desecrated. Is there trouble? Black.
Illidan is
Why
out
that?
there somewhere.
Hi. Taste. The great outdoor. What is nature's call?
We're wasting time here. We're wasting time here. Justice will
Our
be
Our
time
done.
warriors
Sure.
have
What is
engaged the
nature's
enemy.
call?
Is there trouble?
The hunter waits. We must hurry.
My strength is yours.
Illidan is out there somewhere.
Where shall I strike?
We must hurry.
yep, Archer first.
Justice will be done. Now is the time.
Where shall I strike?
Illidan is out there somewhere.
Just
wait
like I
no
want.
longer.
Oh my god, I'm gonna die.
The hunter waits. The guilty will suffer. Finish the hunt.
These things are tough. What the fuck?
We're wasting time here. Now is the
Are we
time.
being invaded?
On your
The
mark.
hunter
there trouble?
waits. We're wasting time
nature's
here. We must hurry.
Hi.
Illidan is out there somewhere. Justice will be done. The guilty
being
will
invaded?
suffer.
Why are they so tough?
Our sacred grove is being
We're
desecrated.
wasting time here.
Workers, destroy them quickly.
My strength is yours.
We must hurry.
I'm awake.
The hunter waits. Illidan is out there somewhere.
Seriously, lady?
Is there trouble?
The
Are
hunter
we being
waits.
invaded? Goddess,
We're
light
wasting
my
time here. We must
Hi.
hurry. Justice
being
will
invaded?
be done. We must hurry.
What is nature's call?
Justice
trouble?
will be
Hi.
done.
If these are the spirits he's talking about, I'm just gonna go there instead.
Research finished.
The
What
hunter
is
waits.
nature's call?
I have clearly underestimated.
We're wasting
Camps on this
time
map.
here. Illidan is out there
Are we being
somewhere.
invaded?
We must
Is
hurry.
there trouble?
Good at destroying air attackers?
We're wasting time here.
Goddess, light
The
my
hunter
path.
waits. Justice
Our
will be
time
done.
is yours.
Standing guard.
Frigate.
Make it fast. I am sworn to avenge.
Point the
Hi.
way.
Illidan
Are
is
we
out
being
there
invaded?
somewhere. We must hurry. We're wasting time. Those must be the ghosts the old orc spoke of. They seem to be reliving their last battle. They're every bit as brutal and bloodthirsty as they were in life. Illidan is out there
What a life.
Are we being invaded? Make it fast.
Our time is yours.
We must hurry.
Making
Illidan is out there somewhere. We're wasting time here. Justice will
What is
be
nature's
done.
call?
The hunter
Are we
waits.
being invaded? For the trees. Aim dead center. Research finished.
We're wasting time here.
Is there trouble? I'm game.
Justice
What is
will
nature's
be
call?
done. Illidan is
Are we
out
being
there somewhere. The hunt
Is there
awaits.
trouble?
We must hurry.
Goddess, life,
Illidan is out there somewhere. I can wait no longer. I will finish the hunt.
That was what was haunting you this entire time?
Must hurry.
My strength is
Justice will
yours.
be done. The end draws near. Now is the time.
Trap souls, violent, force to relieve.
We're
Okay.
wasting
I guess I'm
time
just gonna keep
here.
that. Yeah.
The hunt
Is there
awaits.
trouble?
The
What
guilty
is
will
nature's
suffer.
call? Is there trouble?
Where shall I
Goddess,
stand?
light my path. Our sacred
is
grove
nature's
is being
call?
desecrated. Standing guard. I walk in the shadow. I shall not fear.
Ow.
Our time is short.
In possession. Speak your mind. Speak your mind. Standing guard. As the dark I will go here then. Absolutely. Hi. In possession.
The hunt awaits.
I'm
We're
awake.
wasting time here.
Hi. Goddess, light my path.
My strength
What
is
is
yours.
nature's cause?
Oh, shit. Oh my god, that guy killed so quickly. That was so expensive.
There somewhere. We must hurry. Justice will be done.
Our time is short.
We're wasting time here. I can wait no longer. Their presence here is a sacrilege to nature.
I get my boat
We're
working.
wasting time here. Illidan is out there somewhere. Justice.
I don't have enough anti-air now.
We must hurry. We must hurry.
I'm
Justice
awake.
will be done.
My watchers are ready. An honor.
No!
Wasting time here.
The special huntress.
The hunt awaits.
My strength is yours.
I stand ready. Point the way. All too easy. The shot.
Ah, the great
Waiting on
outdoors.
you.
Are we being invaded? Standing
Illidan
guard.
is
Are we
out
being
there
invaded?
somewhere. We must hurry.
God damn.
The hunt awaits. Illidan is out
there
there
trouble?
somewhere.
Making trails. What is nature's call?
Did they make the
Ah, the
campaign
great
tougher?
outdoors. For the trees. What is
Did I get
nature's
worse?
I stand ready.
We're wasting
call? Are
time
we
here.
being invaded? Is there trouble?
Justice
Hi.
will be done.
These things are gigantic too.
Absolutely. As the gods will. Ah, the great outdoors.
Not very tough.
Illidan is out there somewhere. We must hurry. We're wasting time here. Justice
What
will
is
be
nature's
done.
call?
We must hurry. The hunt awaits.
On your mark.
Illidan is out
On your
there
mark.
somewhere.
Your move.
Justice will
Am I supposed
be
to take
done.
that base on? Locate Illidan.
We're wasting
Okay,
time.
haven't done that yet.
I
Yeah, clearly I'm just not prepared.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
No! Look! No, leave me alone, leave me alone.
Our sacred grove is being desecrated. Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
We're wasting time here. We must hurry. The end is near.
Dude, the fucking air units are so strong. What the fuck? Stupid sky stingrays.
I'm awake. I'm awake. I know Dora.
Our sacred grove is being
The
desecrated.
hunt awaits. Justice will be done. Justice will be done.
In position.
Illidan is out there somewhere. We're wasting time here. I will finish the hunt. The hunt awaits.
Shit. Woohoo, saved.
We must hurry. Justice will be
Oh my
done.
god.
Illidan
Make
is
it
out
fast.
there somewhere. We're wasting time here. The hunt awaits.
Am I missing
Our
something?
sacred grove is being desecrated.
Ah, the great outdoors. What is nature's call? Making trails.
I stand ready.
We must hurry.
I thought I had an appropriate amount of anti-air, but I was clearly wrong.
The hunt awaits. Illidan is out there somewhere.
I stand ready.
Oh, I forgot to send that.
Justice will be done.
Oops.
Is there trouble? Hi, I'm game.
I don't currently plan on bringing wisps to build the protectors.
Ah, the great outdoors.
My home can kind of
What
hold
is
on, I
nature's
guess.
call?
It seems it can.
I stand ready.
Are we being invaded? Is there trouble?
Making trails.
Yeah, at home. Yeah, I definitely use some more.
Our
Oh, I
time
saved you.
is Short. My path
We
is
must hurry.
And I had these from the beginning. I'm so blind.
Where shall I strike?
We're wasting time here.
We can't build there.
My strength is
How did I
yours.
manage to beat the base game? Mostly just spammed Tranquility.
We're wasting time here. I can wait no longer.
Ah, the great
Justice will
outdoors.
And now give me something good.
The dead will trouble you no more, old orc.
Thank
It's a water map? Oh, yeah.
Now, hear my tale. Nearly 20 years ago, the great warlock Gul'dan raised these islands from the deeps.
Ew.
He sought to unearth an ancient vault that held the remains of the Dark Titan.
Sargeras. You speak of the Legion's creator.
The same. After Sargeras' defeat ages ago, his remains were locked away in an undersea tomb. Gul'dan believed that opening the tomb would grant him the Dark Titan's power. For his pride, he and the rest of our clan were torn to shreds by crazed demons. I have wandered these isles ever since, haunted by the ghosts of my slaughtered comrades.
Your tale is as intriguing as it is dire, Drakthul. It's a shame your ghosts lie silent.
Damn.
You deserve far worse than their company for what you set loose in this place.
She didn't hold back, did she?
Illidan is out there somewhere. We must hurry. Now is the time.
At least I got a robe of the Magi.
The guilty will suffer.
I'm awake.
I stand
I'm
ready.
awake.
What is nature's
My
call?
strength is yours. Anodora.
Are you stuck?
Fair enough.
treant may not root.
Where shall I strike? At once.
Say no more.
Our warriors.
Oh, fuck right off.
More of the vile serpents. Let none survive.
Ashteros anguin ba antoloterai.
Insanely overpowered bullshit. They even kill buildings quickly.
Gladly. I'm game for the truth. I'm game making trade.
44 to 46 damage. Jesus
For the
Christ.
truth. Are we being invaded? Gladly.
The hunt
Speak
awaits.
your
Our
mind.
time is
Our
short.
warriors have engaged the enemy.
Justice will be done.
Hi.
The hunt awaits.
Insufficient forward.
Oh my god.
We're
Insufficient
wasting
forward.
time
What is
here.
nature's call?
My strength is yours.
We must hurry. The end
Are we
draws
being
near.
invaded?
Ashal
Is there trouble?
Theridas! Illidan is out there somewhere. Illidan is out
Our
there
time is short.
Standing insufficient forward. Insufficient forward.
Justice will be done. We're wasting time here. The guilty will suffer.
Where shall I strike?
We must
Are we
hurry.
being invaded?
I can wait no longer.
Is there
The
trouble?
hunt awaits. Illidan is out there somewhere. We must hurry. We're wasting time here. Justice will be done.
And then
The hunt awaits.
What is nature's
I don't know. I don't want to attack that, but I feel like I am running out of money.
Our time
Is there
is
trouble?
short.
For the truth.
Ah! Anyway.
Our sacred grove is being desecrated.
No! I hate this mission. This is actually a lot easier. There's not as many of them.
What is nature's call? The hunt is on.
Justice will be done. We must hurry.
Are we being
We're
invaded?
wasting time here.
Hi.
The hunt awaits. For the Watchers.
Are we being
we must
invaded?
hurry. We're wasting time here.
Is there trouble?
I will finish the
Our
hunt.
warriors have engaged. What is nature's call?
Illidan is out
Awake.
there somewhere. I
I
remember
need to lower the difficulty. Never.
It was once the great library of Izal Shara. There is no knowledge left here. Only nightmares and the shadows of regret.
Whoops, sorry, Age of Wonder.
The hunt awaits.
Inventory
I will
is
finish the hunt.
Is there trouble?
Justice
damn.
will be done.
Hi.
We're
Yeah, I should have
wasting
built like a
time.
billion ancient protectors.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
Illidan is out there somewhere.
What is nature's call?
The hunt awaits.
There's some fucking overpowered bullshit in this. The air things are pretty fucking good, and the ground things are pretty fucking good.
Illidan is out there somewhere. The
Aye,
end
aye, aye.
draws near. Justice will be done. The guilty will suffer.
Since
Now
when are
is the
Murlocs
time.
something to
I
fear?
can wait no
Wasn't
longer.
Murlocs
The
that I
guilty
fear.
will suffer.
Hmm.
Tria coming out.
We must hurry. I can wait no longer.
GG against the
End draws
computer.
near. We're wasting time here. We're wasting time here. Illidan is out there somewhere. Justice will be done. The hunt awaits. We must hurry. We must hurry.
I stand ready. Waiting on you. On your mark.
Why won't you let me double click?
Illidan is out there
Point
somewhere.
the way.
We're wasting time here. The hunt awaits. Justice will be done. I will finish the hunt. Justice will be done. For justice. For the Watchers. We're wasting time here. I must hurry. The hunt awaits.
Wow, I really trapped them this time.
Illidan is out there somewhere. Now is the time. I will finish the hunt. The guilty will suffer. The end draws near.
Your
We
building
must
is
hurry.
complete.
Illidan is
Your
out there
building is
somewhere.
complete. We can't build there.
We're wasting time here. Justice will be done. Now is the time. I can
the
wait
way.
no longer. The hunt
I stand
awaits.
ready. Fair enough.
The hunt awaits.
On your mark.
Stupid.
We
Air
must
army.
hurry.
Make me restart the game.
We're wasting time
Make me
here.
look bad.
Say no more.
Justice will be done. Illidan is out there somewhere. I can wait no
She does,
longer.
right? She's completely obsessed.
We must hurry.
Research
I stand
Of course, it
ready.
was probably her biggest failure in life, was
The
letting him
hunt
go.
awaits.
She was on a coffee break when I showed up with Durande.
Illidan is out there somewhere.
upgrade.
And from that day on, she never took
We're
another
wasting
coffee break.
time here.
Your building is complete.
The hunt awaits. We're wasting
on
time here. Justice
Waiting on
will
you.
be done.
On your mark.
Your building is complete. Our
Illidan
warriors
is
have
out there
engaged.
somewhere. We must hurry. We're wasting
away.
time here. The hunt awaits. We
All
must
right, the
hurry.
priest.
Illidan is out there somewhere.
Our sacred
Justice
grove is being
will be done.
desecrated.
Naga, careful, sisters. There's no telling what the creatures have in store for us. We're wasting time here.
Research finished.
We must hurry. Justice will be done. The hunt awaits.
Your building is complete. Goddess, light, make it
We must hurry. Illidan is out there somewhere.
We can't build buildings. Your building is complete.
We're wasting time here. We're wasting time here. Illidan is out there
Waiting on
somewhere. The hunt
On your
awaits. We must hurry. The guilty
Waiting
will
on you.
suffer.
Your mark.
Justice will be
Point
done.
the way.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
The hunt awaits. We must hurry. For justice.
Research finished. More lumber.
We're
is
wasting
required.
time here.
More lumber. is
Justice
required.
will be
Waiting on
done.
you.
Illidan is
Point the
out
way.
there somewhere. The hunt awaits. We must hurry. You're wasting time here. Justice will be done. Illidan is out there somewhere. Justice will be done.
I don't remember where the item was.
Finish the hunt. Illidan is
I
out
was sworn
there
one of these had an
somewhere.
item.
Point the way.
Your building.
The hunt awaits.
On your mark.
Goddess, light my path.
We're wasting time here. We must
In
hurry.
position.
We're wasting
Yep,
time
I was
here.
wrong.
You will move.
We must
Waiting
hurry.
on you.
Illidan is out there somewhere.
Point the way.
Justice will be done.
All the freaking ancient protectors. Shut up.
Justice will be done.
I already heard your sad tale.
We're wasting time here.
On your mark.
How may I serve
Research
the goddess? Research finished.
The hunt awaits. The end draws near.
Point the way.
Now is the time. There. Those must be the ghosts the old orc spoke of. They seem to be reliving their last battle. They're every bit
Get on the front lines.
bloodthirsty as they were in life. We must hurry. The hunt awaits. We're wasting time here. Cry. Justice will be done. We're wasting time here. We must hurry. Justice will be
Your
done.
building is complete.
I'll give it a shot.
Illidan is out there somewhere. The hunt awaits. I will finish the hunt.
Your building is complete.
The guilty will suffer.
Yeah.
I can wait no longer. Now
Goddess,
is the
light
time.
my path.
I will finish the hunt.
Research finished.
Done.
We're wasting time here. Now is the time. The end draws near. The hunt awaits.
Point the way.
Justice will be done. Illidan is out there
I
somewhere.
am sworn to avenge.
We must hurry. We're wasting time here. Justice will be
On
done.
your mark.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
Illidan is out there somewhere. The hunt awaits. We must hurry.
Away.
Illidan is out there somewhere.
Oof.
Our
We
sacred
must hurry.
grove is being
Justice
desecrated.
will be done. More Naga. Slay them, sisters.
Kill them all in the Empress's name.
Is there trouble?
We must hurry.
Whoops.
Waiting on you.
Illidan is out there somewhere. The hunt awaits. I can wait no longer.
Ah, the great outdoor.
Justice will be done.
Blah 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 blah.
We're wasting time here.
Blah 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 blah.
The hunt awaits. Illidan is out
Yeah, I know
there
it means
somewhere.
secrets.
Now is the time. The hunt awaits. Justice will be done.
Oh my god.
Hi!
We must hurry. The guilty will suffer.
Hi! Our warriors
We're
have
wasting
engaged.
time here. Illidan is out
Are
there
we being
somewhere.
invaded?
We're wasting
I don't know
time.
why I did that.
We must hurry.
What is nature's call?
Illidan
there
is
trouble?
out there
Are we
somewhere.
being invaded?
I can wait no longer.
Hi!
Justice will be done. The hunt awaits. I
Is
will
there
finish
trouble?
the hunt.
Treat may not be a
What is
standing
nature's
guard.
call?
Well, tell them to move.
I stand ready.
Ah, the great outdoors. We can't build there.
That wasn't very much. That was just a... Yeah! Oh, really?
Goddess, light my path.
We're wasting time here.
I like turtles.
Justice will be done. Of the gods. We must hurry.
How can I help?
Make it fast.
Understood.
Speak your mind.
Get in there, turtle.
Your building is complete.
I know it's somewhere around here. Where are you at? Oh, hello. Oh, that's a base. Fuck! I made a mistake. I made a mistake. Why is no one getting the ships? What the fuck is happening? What is this? What is this?
We're wasting time here.
Are you fucking real? Why the fuck couldn't they get back in the ship?
Our champion has fallen.
Wow, I don't remember this being so annoying.
Our sacred grove is being desecrated. Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
What the fuck? Why didn't they get back in the ship? Ship and sea shit in RTS is always terrible.
Destroy him quickly.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
Moonlight shines upon the guilty.
They literally wouldn't get back in the ship.
alike.
The ship's like had to go like around or
Our
some
sacred
shit.
grove is being desecrated.
Even then, they didn't really go back in the ship.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
Goodbye.
The sleeper has awakened. My
Oh, I
strength
didn't want to make
is
it more to
yours.
you. Oops.
I stand ready.
Ah, such
Our
bullshit.
warriors have engaged the enemy.
I stand ready.
Ah, the great outdoors.
She'll come back later. It's fine.
My strength is yours.
I am the hand of
What is
justice.
nature's
The
standing
hunt
guard?
Where
awaits.
shall I strike?
Justice
Our time
will
is
be
short.
done.
I
The
saw
hunt awaits.
I'm awake.
your move.
Illidan is out there somewhere.
My
We're
strength
wasting
is yours.
time here.
Our
We
time
must
is
hurry.
short.
The hunt awaits.
Due to the talent, oh, dryads as well. Yeah.
We're wasting time here. Illidan is
Where
out
shall I
there
strike?
somewhere.
Insufficient gold. Insufficient gold.
I'm awake.
Stupid
I'm
ship
awake.
AI.
No
Fuck
delay.
off.
Goddess, light my path.
My strength
Research
is yours.
Speak your mind. Your building is complete. Make it fast.
Ships were a mistake. No good, stupid mechanic. Doesn't even appear in the main game. Lost my turtle too.
We must hurry.
And a crab shore crawler.
Justice will be done.
I don't know if I want to buy that. I was looking for the stupid fountain of health. I could have sworn it was over there. Over here. Oh, well.
Research finished.
Justice
Our
will
time
be
is
done.
short.
We must
Our
rebuild
warriors
this.
have engaged
I
in a
remember this place. It was once the great library of Izal Shura. There is no knowledge left here. Only nightmares and the shadows of regret. The hunt awaits. The guilty will suffer.
My strength is yours. Where shall I strike?
We're wasting time here.
Our time is short.
We must hurry.
Where
Now is
shall
the
I
time.
Feels like I have an almost appropriate amount of ancient protectors.
Strength is yours. I'm awake.
God, their presence here is a sacrilege to nature.
Almost.
Our time is short.
We're wasting time here.
Where
The
shall I
hunt
strike?
awaits. Illidan is out
My
there somewhere.
strength is yours.
Shall guide us. I can wait no longer.
I'm awake.
What's the point of creeping? They still give me good items
It is out
sometimes.
there somewhere.
Our time
The
is
hunt
short.
awaits. We're
Better
wasting
items than the
time
ones I
here.
currently have. Dusty Dolly, I'm just, you know, reiterating earlier, I don't care that much.
I'm awake.
We must hurry.
My strength is yours.
Currently, I just
Grove is being desecrated.
don't like this mission, so. God damn. Focus fire these fuckers. See, this is why I said an almost appropriate amount.
The great outdoors.
Illidan is out there
Our time
somewhere.
is short.
The hunt awaits. The end draws near.
Hi, I'm game. Glad.
We're wasting time here. We must
Where
hurry.
shall I strike?
Illidan
I'm
is
awake.
out there somewhere.
I'm awake.
We're wasting time here.
Is there trouble?
Justice will be done.
My strength is
We
yours.
must hurry.
I'm awake.
The hunt awaits.
I'm awake. My path is
Clearly, I gotta kill like one of these bases, right? I can't believe how much that anti-airship costs, and it just died immediately.
Your building is complete. Goddess, light my path. Your building is complete.
We're wasting time here. I
Where
will
shall I
finish the
strike?
hunt.
My strength is yours.
Justice will be done.
No, no. Oh no, they're coming. Oh Lord, they're coming.
The hunt awaits. The
My
guilty will
strength
suffer.
is yours. I'm awake.
We're
I'm
wasting
awake.
time here.
No, no.
The hunt awaits.
Where shall I strike?
They've already killed all my anti-air. Now my turtle's gone too. Jesus Christ.
I'm awake.
Our warriors have engaged. Research finished. Our sacred grove is
So
being
bad at picking shit up.
More of the vile serpents. Let none survive.
No. No! No! Get near the fucking protectors.
I'm awake.
We're wasting
time
time
is
here.
short.
The hunt
the
awaits.
great
Our
outdoors.
time is short.
Are we being invaded?
Illidan is out
Our
there somewhere.
strength is yours.
We're wasting time here. Illidan is
Where
out
shall
there
I strike?
somewhere.
Relentless little fuckers, aren't
Justice
they?
will be done.
I'm
The
awake.
hunt awaits.
I'm awake.
I stand ready. On your mark, all too easy.
The great outdoors. Is there trouble?
Did they reduce the cost? I feel like they did from the original. Original was like 200. Or at least 175. Okay. What's over here then?
We must
I'm
hurry.
awake.
Oh, you know, I built a glaive thrower. I think they killed it.
Where
Great
shall I
outdoors.
Oh, it's a base.
The hunt awaits.
Yeah.
Now is the time. We must
Our
hurry.
time is short.
We're wasting
Our
time
strength
here.
is yours.
I can wait no longer.
is nature's
The
call?
guilty will
Where
suffer.
shall I strike?
I am small.
Illidan is out there
Are we
somewhere.
being invaded? Are we being invaded? For the trees. I'm game. What is
Why?
nature's call?
Will you not work?
Make it fast. I shall not fear.
Base off the close to the enemy?
Your building is complete.
I mean, only if they go that direction. I don't think they actually do. We'll find out.
Hi.
Okay, so, you know, which base to attack, I guess.
I stand ready. Waiting on you. Point the way.
The great outdoors.
These units are so useless against some of these guys. It's incredible.
Illidan is out
Our
there.
strength is yours. Our time is yours.
Justice
I'm
will
awake.
be done.
I'm awake.
We're wasting time
Our
here.
strength is
The
yours.
hunt awaits. Illidan is
Our
out
time
there
is
somewhere.
yours.
The end draws
So many egg
Now
sacks!
is the time.
Money!
Justice will be
Research
done.
sacred grove is
awake.
being
That's
That's
desecrated.
always nice. No, 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 no! I told you to rally back! Bastard. They attacked all at once.
Sacred grove is being
That's two
desecrated.
attacks. That is 2 attacks. Don't fucking lie to me.
Are we being invaded?
We're wasting time here.
Fucking
I will
amazing.
Finish the hunt.
Our sacred grove is being desecrated.
There's something back there.
Your building is complete. I am sworn.
We must hurry.
Ooh,
The hunt awaits.
Hydra.
Standing by.
Illidan is out there
My
somewhere.
strength is
For
yours.
justice.
Where shall I strike?
The hunt awaits. Justice will be done. We're
'Cause it's a
wasting
Hydra.
time here.
Get it?
Where shall I
We must
strike?
hurry. I can wait no longer.
My strength is yours.
We must
I'm
hurry.
awake.
The end
I'm
draws
awake.
near.
Insufficient gold.
What is
Get in the boats. Why is it so hard to get in the boats?
Your building is complete. Your building insufficient is gold. Insufficient gold. Insufficient gold. Insufficient gold. Our sacred grove is being desecrated. Our warriors have engaged.
Well, they do go over there. Yep, figured that one out.
We're wasting time
Our
here.
time
Good to
is
know.
short.
in position. Is there trouble?
The hunt
Our time
awaits.
is
I
short.
can wait no longer.
Your building is complete.
Apparently, they only go a certain distance.
Justice
So.
will be
Where
done.
shall I strike? I'm awake.
In
I'm
position.
awake. My strength is yours.
Justice will be done. Illidan
Our
is
time
out there
is short.
somewhere. We're wasting time here. Ashal
Your building
Theradas.
is
I'm awake.
Your building is
The hunt
Where shall I
awaits.
strike?
The hunt awaits.
My strength is yours.
We must hurry. Justice will be done.
Oh, I can get nature's
Illidan
blessing.
is out
Where
there
shall I
somewhere.
That'd actually be
We're
useful.
wasting time here.
Hot diggity damn.
Our time is short.
Illidan is out there somewhere. We're wasting time here. Now is
I'm
the
awake.
time. We must hurry. The hunt
My
awaits.
strength is yours.
Justice will be done. They're guilty of such. We must hurry.
My strength is yours.
Justice will be done.
It's awfully neighborly of them.
We're
Yeah.
wasting time here.
I have to replace my haunted gold. Or not haunted.
Our time is short.
Tangled. There you go.
Is out there somewhere.
Tangled gold mine every so
I'm awake.
often.
The hunt
Where
Easy
shall I
peasy,
strike?
right?
We're wasting
shall I
time
strike?
here. Justice will be done.
I'm awake. I'm awake.
research.
The hunt awaits. I will finish the
My
hunt.
strength is yours.
Illidan
Our
is out
time
there
is
somewhere.
I saved you! Yeah! Yay for me!
I'm awake. I'm awake.
Alright, I'm gonna go try and attack red, I
I
guess.
stand ready.
See how that goes.
The sleeper has awakened.
Damn it! Don't mean make those guys. I only need two. More. More.
Your building is complete.
We must hurry. The hunt
My
awaits.
strength is yours.
The great
Our
outdoors.
time is short.
We're wasting
Where shall I
time
strike?
here.
Your building is complete.
Move.
Illidan is out there
Where shall
somewhere.
I strike? My path is clear.
Justice will be done.
See if this goes
Illidan
better
is
coming from like a
trees once
better
stood in this
angle.
place. Twin aspens called the boughs of Ajara. To look upon them was to know true peace, true fulfillment.
Not anymore.
Now they're gone, along with the hopes and dreams of a generation. Illidan is out there somewhere.
Your building
Justice will be done.
Our sacred grove is being desecrated. Our gold mine is
I'm awake.
We're wasting time here. Illidan is out there
standing
somewhere.
guard.
For the watchers.
Hi, I'm game.
Naked.
Damn, they didn't stop this time.
Warriors have engaged the enemy. God is alive.
The hunt awaits.
Is there trouble?
Your building is complete.
The
awake.
great
I'm
outdoors.
awake.
We're
Our
wasting
sacred
time
grove
here.
is
Fuck
being
off.
desecrated.
Taste my spear.
Justice will
When
be
the
done.
nature's call.
Justice will be done.
On your mark.
Goddess, light my path.
We must hurry.
My strength is yours.
Our warriors
Can't get through
have
that way.
I'm awake.
Nature's blessing is really helping, I think.
My strength is yours.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy. Goddess, light my path.
Hi, I'm
Our warriors
the
have
great
engaged the
outdoors.
enemy.
We're wasting time.
No,
here.
they got.
The
Oh.
hunt awaits. I will finish.
And they're gonna get her too. Fuck, I thought they were gonna
Wait
leave me
no
alone.
longer. The end draws near. Illidan is out there somewhere.
Can you
Illidan is
not?
out there somewhere.
Get off my balls! Jesus Christ!
Is there trouble?
The great outdoors.
Are we being invaded?
We're wasting time here. Justice will be done.
Heed my call.
Hey, that's not your line.
Hi, making trails.
Are we being invaded?
Gladly.
If you go so far away.
Our gold mine has collapsed.
Of course it did. Of course it did. I just can't beat this mission. I'm just bad.
Your building is complete.
Closer I have to be. Okay. We'll figure it out. It's like they know, man. It's like they fucking know. I can't beat this mission. This is too hard.
We must hurry. Now is the time.
No, it's the second mission.
The hunt awaits.
Is there trouble?
Our time is short.
What is nature's
Point
call?
away.
We
Into
must
My
hurry.
strength is yours.
Justice will be
Direct
done.
me.
We're wasting time
Yes,
here.
War Chief.
The hunt awaits.
Right away.
Illidan is out there somewhere. The hunt
Direct
awaits.
me.
We must hurry. Justice will be done. We're wasting time here. Justice will be done.
Fuck it. I don't care enough. What was it? I don't really know what ingredient I'm missing from it, but this is too annoying. Make an MG. I don't know what that is. Motherland. Is it gonna understand though that? Why didn't that work?
The hunt awaits.
I don't know why that didn't work. Yeah, the units I'm making are the only units I have.
Our champion has fallen.
Is it different for the Frozen Throne? I mean, I guess I could just cheat another way, but... It's bases, right? No, base. Not your base. Yeah, we did it! Go! Woo!
I have a bad feeling about this, mistress. It's too quiet. It feels as if we're walking into a trap.
Still, we must press on, Naisha. If Illidan finds whatever it is he's seeking, he could... Wait, look there.
Should have skipped that mission on principle.
Strange.
I do not like ship missions. I do not like water maps.
They were written by Gul'dan when he first opened this tomb 20 years ago.
What do they say?
Apparently, he logged his journey through the tomb's depths. These runes seem to depict that history.
Quickly, you fools! Fan out and search for the primary passageway. We must reach the Chamber of the Eye before the tomb's guardians awaken. Spineless cowards! I said move!
Huh.
Now, Sargeras, I will claim whatever's left of your power and bring this wretched world to its knees.
There's no telling what Gul'dan and his lackeys awoke in this foul place. We must be cautious.
Oh great, another micro mission.
The end draws near.
Frozen Throne starts off
The hunt
poorly, in my opinion.
We must hurry. I can wait no longer. The guilty will suffer.
More undead orcs!
Gul'dan led them blindly to their deaths. Still, they hunger for revenge. Wasting time here.
Well,
I will
why
finish
against
the hunt.
us? You should be trying to find Gul'dan.
The hunt awaits. Justice will be done. The guilty will suffer. We're wasting time here. Now is the time. We must hurry. The end draws
Neat.
near.
I'm gonna shield
I
him.
can wait no longer. I will finish the hunt.
Well, they weren't that bad in the
Now
first
is the
mission.
time.
First
The
mission was
guilty
fine.
will
Second mission
suffer.
sucked.
I will finish the hunt. Ashal Theradas!
I don't think Night Elf Mission 4 in the original was that bad.
We must hurry. I can wait no longer.
The only other mission
The
I
end
skipped so
draws
far
near.
was the Torn
The hunt
Mission 2.
awaits. The end draws near. Illidan is out there somewhere. We're wasting time here. Justice will be done.
Inventory is full.
Okay.
The guilty will suffer. I will finish the hunt. Now is the time. I can wait no longer. Now is the time. The end draws near. The guilty will suffer.
Can you blink
Justice
across
will be
that?
done. The hunt awaits. I can wait
Then
no
let's go
longer.
this way.
We're wasting
Yeah, I told you
time
she'd come
here.
back.
Illidan is out there somewhere.
Oh.
I will finish the hunt. I will finish the hunt. The end draws near. We must hurry.
I am the blade of the goddess.
Justice will be done. Now is the time. I can wait no longer. The guilty will suffer. I will finish the hunt.
Okay, I guess I'll go after you guys first.
You mortals, none may defile the tomb of Sargeras.
Well, yeah, I kind of missed why we're doing this.
The hunt awaits.
Why are we in this place?
We're wasting time here. The guilty will
How may
suffer.
I serve the goddess?
Our warriors have engaged.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Oh my God! I was
We're
putting her
wasting
aside because I
time
wanted her
here.
to be
I
safe.
can wait no longer.
Ah, no fair.
Illidan is out there somewhere.
Oh, because Illidan went here. Right.
I will finish the hunt.
Of course.
Justice will be done. For the Watchers, the guilty will suffer. The end.
Right, that guy.
The hunt awaits. We must hurry. Now is
That
the time.
asshole, am I right?
We're wasting time here. I can wait no longer. The end draws near. The guilty will suffer. Now is the time. I will finish the hunt. Justice will be done. Standing guard. Illidan is out there somewhere.
How may I serve
The
the
hunt
goddess?
awaits. Ashal Theridas. The hunt awaits. I can wait no longer. I will finish the hunt.
Whoops!
Illidan is out there somewhere.
Nearly losing the game.
As you wish.
Good stuff.
It shall be done.
Die, criminal!
I am sworn to revenge.
You will find
You must
justice.
hurry.
Oh my God.
We're wasting time here. Justice will be done. We're wasting time here. The guilty will suffer.
Ryan, I
Justice
know
will
all
be
what you're
done.
about to say.
The
We've already played through one campaign, and I've played WarCraft
The hunt
basically my
awaits.
entire life.
For
So.
justice. We must hurry. I can wait no longer. Illidan is out there somewhere. Justice will be done. Ashal Theridas. The guilty will suffer. For justice.
Shines upon the guilty, and
The hunt
innocent alike.
awaits.
It's okay.
Illidan is out there somewhere. I will finish the hunt. The end draws near. Now is the time.
That's all I get from the big guy.
Finish the hunt.
Really?
The guilty will suffer. I can wait no longer. Speak your own. We must hurry. We're wasting time here. We're wasting time here.
There's two
Now is the
healing
time.
runes.
The end draws near.
Oh, and a manual health.
The
Okay, I
guilty
feel better.
will suffer. I can wait no longer. I will finish the hunt. Now is the time. The end draws near. Now is the time. Illidan is out there somewhere. We must hurry.
What are you doing, little pupper?
Justice will be done. For the Watchers. The guilty will suffer. I can wait no longer.
How is that not traversable? Stupid statue.
The hunt awaits.
Who's even a statue of?
I will
A night elf?
finish the
A night
hunt. The end draws near. Justice will be done. Illidan is out there somewhere. I will finish the hunt. We must hurry.
Is this where we used to live?
Now is the time. The guilty will suffer. I can wait no longer.
Dickhead's
I
gonna
can
mount a
wait
burn me,
no
isn't it?
longer.
How may
The
I
hunt
serve the
awaits.
goddess?
In position.
Moonlight shines upon the guilty.
We're
and
wasting
innocent
time
alike.
here. The guilty will suffer.
You will
The hunt
find
awaits.
justice.
The end draws near. We must hurry. Illidan is out there somewhere. We're wasting time here. Now is the time. I will finish the hunt. The guilty will suffer.
Make it fast.
For the Watchers.
I am sworn to revenge.
Yeah, let the archer take some damage for once.
We're wasting time here. Justice will be done. I will finish the hunt. I can hear our comrades' voices from the other side of this barrier. If we destroy it, they'll be
It's gonna be a trap, isn't it?
help us hunt for
My
Illidan.
strength is
Oh no, it
yours.
was really that easy?
Out there
Okay, that was
somewhere
actually...
near.
Where shall I
That'd be
strike?
way trickier than
Another
that.
rock.
Justice
My
will be done.
strength is yours.
Illidan is out there somewhere.
Our time
We're
is
wasting
short.
time here.
I'm awake.
We must
I'm
hurry.
awake. I'm awake.
The
I'm
hunt
awake.
awaits.
Where
We
shall I
must
strike?
hurry. Now is the time.
My
Step on it.
strength is
Justice
yours.
will be done.
Once.
We're wasting time
Our
here.
Still
time
anticipating a
is
trap
The
somewhere.
hunt awaits. The end
Our
draws
time
near.
is short. Of course.
Illidan is out there somewhere. Illidan is out there somewhere.
My strength is yours.
The hunt awaits. The guiltless. Justice will be done. We must hurry.
My strength
We're
is yours.
wasting time here. The hunt awaits.
Oh, they do have bear form.
I'm awake.
Yeah, that's useful.
I'm awake.
We're wasting time
Something
here.
that was missing from the last
Illidan is
mission.
out there
Sure.
somewhere.
Our time is short.
We must hurry.
I'm awake.
Justice
I'm
will
awake.
be done. There. More of Gul'dan's glyphs. Interesting. They continue the Warlock's tale.
Blasted, feeble-minded weaklings. They're all likely dead by now. Still, I must press on. My power alone should be enough.
Dan, you just did everything, didn't you?
That laughter. Is that you, Sargeras? You seek
Did all
to
the bad
mock
things.
me? We'll see who laughs last, demon, when I claim your burning eye for my own.
Again, he referenced this mysterious eye. What could it be?
An artifact, no doubt. It must have contained tremendous demonic power to lure Gul'dan as it did. We're wasting time here.
Where shall I strike?
Illidan
My
is out there
strength is
somewhere.
yours.
We
Our
must hurry.
time is short.
Justice
I'm awake.
will be done.
I'm awake.
The hunt
Where shall I
awaits.
strike?
We must hurry. We're wasting
My
time
strength
here.
My
is
watchers
yours.
are ready.
Let's
Illidan
target a
is out
tree.
there
I'm awake.
somewhere. I will
My
finish the hunt.
strength is yours.
We got trees around here.
Justice
Where shall
will
I
be
strike?
done.
Our time is short.
The hunt awaits.
Where shall I
We're
strike?
wasting time here.
My strength is
Illidan
yours.
is out there somewhere. Ashal Gardas!
I'm awake. Our time is short.
The hunt awaits.
I'm awake.
Justice will be done. We must hurry. We must hurry.
Stand
The
in
hunt
front.
awaits. Justice will
Where
be
shall I
done.
strike?
I can
My
wait no
strength
longer.
is yours.
With those flying
We're wasting time
stingrays.
here.
Sure.
Illidan
This is so
out
much
there
easier.
somewhere.
Where shall I
Just
strike?
strange.
Cool.
It's a statue of Ajara, the great queen of old. She led our people to ruin by consorting with Sargeras and his burning
What a bitch
legion.
then.
Only
Can I miss a tone?
I don't recall her ever having a tail.
She looks more like a Naga than one of
Oh,
us.
God, it did.
Would those
Thank you.
foul serpents have any reason to worship our queen?
I don't know, Nisha, but her image chills me to the core. Time. We must hurry.
Our time is
We're
short.
wasting time here. The hunt awaits.
I'm awake. I'm
We
awake.
must hurry.
Where shall I?
Justice will be done. Illidan is out there
Our
somewhere.
time is short.
We're wasting
No, wait,
time.
wait, wait. Wait, where are you going?
Same.
The hunt awaits. The guilty will suffer. Illidan is out there somewhere. We must hurry. I can wait no longer. The end draws near. Justice will be done. We're wasting time here.
Oh my God, I lost my Jew to the claw. Didn't even
The
notice.
hunt awaits.
Oh, no, there he is. Just stop knocking him.
We must hurry. I can wait no longer.
I'm awake.
Justice
Because it's a Hydra. It just keeps coming.
awaits. Now is the time.
Our time is short.
Illidan is out
I'm
there
awake.
somewhere.
I'm awake.
We're wasting time
My
here.
strength
The
is
end
yours.
draws near. I will finish the hunt.
Our time is short.
Justice will be done. We're
The other-
wasting time here.
The other lady squeeze on in here.
Illidan is out there somewhere. The hunt awaits.
I'm awake. I'm
Justice will be done.
My strength is yours.
Night elves are
Destroy
pretty
the area
pretentious.
So our forces outside can join us.
One of these has got to be a trap, though, right?
The hunt is on. Is there trouble?
We must
Our
hurry.
time
The
is
hunt
short.
awaits.
I'm awake. I'm awake. Anudora of war.
No! No, give me back!
We're wasting time here.
Shit.
My strength is yours. Where
The
shall I
hunt
go?
awaits.
I'm awake. I'm awake.
Justice will be done, Blade.
Ow.
We're wasting time here.
I
We're
lost
wasting time here.
all but one
The
archer.
guilty will suffer. We must hurry. Justice will be done. Now is the time. I can wait no longer. The end draws near. I will finish the hunt.
Let's just
The
chill.
hunt awaits. Illidan is out there somewhere.
Let's get some rejuves going.
Anudora.
Your mana
We
is
Our
must hurry.
time is short.
Illidan is out there
I'm awake.
somewhere.
I'm awake. My strength is yours.
Did they lower the cost on this? It feels like I have it so much more often now.
The hunt awaits.
Our time is short. Where shall I strike?
Justice will be done. We're wasting time here. We must hurry. The hunt awaits. Illidan is out there somewhere. Justice will be done. We're wasting time here. The guilty will suffer. Illidan is out there somewhere. I can wait no longer.
Of course, I am also getting
Of course.
the mana ruins. Oh! Not the button I meant to press. Oopsie daisy.
We must
I'm
hurry.
awake. I'm awake.
The hunt awaits. Justice will be done. The guilty will suffer. Now is the time. Justice will be done. We must hurry. The end draws near, so we will finish the hunt. We're wasting time here.
inventory is
Illidan
Oh, I
is
want
out there
that.
somewhere. The guilty will suffer. I will finish the hunt. The end draws near. The hunt awaits. Justice will be done. We're wasting time here. Illidan is out there somewhere.
I don't suppose you guys have backpack.
We must hurry.
How may I serve the goddess?
My path is where shall
Your
I
mana
strike?
is depleted.
Our time is short. My path.
The hunt awaits. Justice will be done.
Did he eat one?
We're wasting time here. I am grieved that the goddess Illidan is out there somewhere. Hunt awaits.
Bastard.
We're wasting time here. Now is the time. For the Watchers. I can wait no longer. Justice will be done. Illidan is out there somewhere. The hunt awaits. Justice will be done. The hunt awaits. Illidan
So
is out
many
there
creeps.
somewhere.
So many creeps.
Innocent alike.
Anudora. My strength is yours.
Your mana is
I'm awake. I'm awake. Of course.
We're wasting
Our time
time
is
here.
short.
We must hurry.
Where shall I strike?
We must hurry. I can wait no longer.
It's kind of tough, isn't it?
Is yours. Our strength is yours.
Now is the time. The end draws near.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Finish the hunt. Illidan is out there somewhere. Justice will be done. I will finish the hunt. The hunt awaits. The guilty will suffer. Justice will be done. We must hurry. We're wasting time here. Now is the time. The end draws near. I can wait no longer.
I'm gonna save.
wait no longer. The guilty will suffer. Illidan is out there somewhere. The end draws near. I will finish the hunt. I must hurry. We're wasting time here. I justice will be done. Now is the time. Illidan is out there somewhere. The hunt awaits. Now is the time. Justice will be done.
Good stuff.
The hunt awaits. We must hurry. The guilty will suffer. Illidan is out there somewhere. We're wasting time here.
At once.
Illidan is out there somewhere. Justice will be done.
For the trees.
We must hurry.
All right,
The hunt
you're up.
awaits. The end draws near. I can wait no longer. I will finish the hunt. We're wasting time here.
Wowzers.
The end draws near. The guilty
Surprised they didn't,
will
teach
suffer.
more about us, the blink thing in the very first mission.
I will finish the hunt. I can wait no longer.
Hi!
Oh, where'd you go?
We're wasting time here.
Are we being invaded?
Oopsie poopsie.
The hunt awaits. Illidan is out there somewhere. Justice will be done. The hunt awaits. Now is the time. I need to find justice. We're wasting time here.
What is
We
nature's
must
call?
hurry.
Where shall I strike?
Illidan
better get the
is
thing.
out there somewhere. The end draws near.
Are we being invaded?
I'm awake. I'm awake. Anudura.
What
Justice
is
will
nature's
be
call?
done.
Our time is short. Of course.
We're wasting time
My
here.
strength is yours.
This lady.
Your vaunted night elf justice has no jurisdiction here.
What would you know of us or our justice, Naga witch?
Why, my dear, we Naga were once night elves. We were Ashara's chosen, the highborn, banished beneath the cruel seas when the well of eternity imploded around us.
Impossible.
Cursed, transformed. We have waited 10,000 years to retake our rightful place in the
10,000
world.
years?
And now, with Lord Illidan's help, we shall.
Not while I draw breath.
Your courage is commendable, but it shall avail you nothing.
Justice
Ah,
will
that's a lot.
be done. The hunt awaits.
This is not too bad, actually.
We must hurry. The guilty will suffer. Illidan is out there somewhere.
What is
The
nature's
hunt
call? The hunt
awaits.
is on.
Illidan is out there somewhere. We must hurry. We're wasting time here. Justice will be done. We're wasting time here. Illidan is out there somewhere.
It does make me more interested in actually paying attention to the World of Warcraft story, which I basically never did.
We must hurry.
I'm awake.
Justice
I'm
will
awake.
be done. Now is the time. I will finish the hunt. I can wait no longer.
Okay,
The
that's a
end
false.
draws
That's a
near.
false path.
I
Okay,
will
gotcha.
finish the hunt. The guilty will suffer.
Lies, deception.
We're wasting time here.
Hi!
Illidan is out
Are
there
we being
somewhere.
invaded?
Where shall I strike?
Make it
Where
fast.
shall I strike?
Oh, we got it.
Anudura, our strength is yours.
The hunt
What is
awaits.
nature's call?
We must hurry.
Our time is short.
I
Of
would like to
course.
have these guys in bear form. Any
Is there
second now.
trouble?
Justice
How
will
may
be
I
done.
serve the goddess?
Is there trouble?
Point the
Are we
way.
being invaded?
We're wasting time
Moonlight
here.
shines upon the
I'm
guilty,
awake.
and
I'm
there is
awake.
Illidan is out there somewhere. I can wait no longer. We must hurry. Now is the time.
My watchers are ready.
The hunter waits.
No, 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 no.
Standing
Oh, she's trapped. She's actually trapped. Fuck.
in position.
Woo!
My weight.
We must hurry.
Saved. No!
The hunter waits. Illidan is out there somewhere. Destroy that
It's
barrier
last
so
final
our forces
breath.
outside
What a
can
dick.
Join us. We're wasting time here.
Oh. I don't really
We're
like
wasting
these
time
guys.
here. Justice will be done. Illidan is out there somewhere.
Okay,
The
so it's just like a me
waits.
thing.
I can wait no longer. I will
Don't worry, I
finish the
got
hunt.
this.
Now is the time. The end draws near.
Come on, come
The
on,
guilty
come
will
on,
suffer.
come on, come on, come on.
We must hurry.
Our time is short.
I am the image of the goddess.
Our strength is yours.
Justice will be done.
What's their autocast spell? Fairy Fire. Hey, it is useful. They're just like my favorite.
We're wasting time here. The end draws near. I will finish the hunt. I can wait no longer.
Okay.
The guilty will suffer. Now is the time. Now is the time. The end draws near. The guilty will suffer. I will finish the hunt. I can wait no longer. The guilty will suffer. The end draws
You better let me
near.
blink across then.
I will finish the hunt. Now is the time.
Hit.
I
Hit,
can wait
hit.
no longer.
Now can I blink across?
The guilty will suffer.
Okay, good.
Ashal Theridas.
Shadow Orb Fragment. Oh.
Now is the time.
This is a piece of Uldan shadow orb.
We
Oh,
must
increase
have
my
shattered
attack
by
range.
accident. If we can find the other missing pieces, we could reassemble the orb and use its power to aid us.
That's probably useful,
The end
if I had to
draws near.
guess.
Where shall I
The
strike?
hunt awaits.
10 fragments?
Illidan is
Yeah!
out there somewhere. We must hurry. Justice will be
Oh, God.
I am prepared.
Oh, man.
The hunt awaits.
There's gonna be so many more on the map.
We're wasting time here.
Yeah,
Now
I
is the
figure it's a
time.
pretty damn good
I
item.
can wait no longer.
Alright.
The guilty will suffer.
What have I missed?
I will finish the hunt.
You honestly want a guide for the fragments? Oh, wait, no,
The
that's too much
end draws
effort.
near.
Never mind,
The
just kidding.
guilty will suffer. We must hurry.
I am prepared.
Illidan is out there
I'm
somewhere.
awake. I'm awake.
I'll just take my +1 range.
We must hurry. We're wasting time here.
I'm awake. I'm awake.
Illidan is out there somewhere. I will finish.
I figure I walked past half of them.
draws near. Justice will be done.
How may I serve the goddess?
The hunter waits. We must hurry.
Everyone flying.
The hunter waits. We're wasting time here.
Everyone was kung fu fighting.
Justice will be
So it's
done.
fine.
Illidan is out there somewhere. The hunter waits. We must hurry.
It's for hockey.
Innocent alike.
Can't click on him. Stupid thing is in the way.
Justice will be done. Illidan is out there somewhere. We're wasting time here. The hunter waits. We must hurry. Justice will be done. We're wasting time here. For the Watchers. Illidan is out there somewhere. The hunter waits. Justice will be done. We're wasting time here. We must hurry. Illidan is out there somewhere. I can wait no longer. We must hurry. The hunter waits. We're wasting time here. Illidan is out there somewhere. Justice will be done.
My watchers are ready.
Where shall I strike?
Illidan is
Our
out there
strength
somewhere.
is yours.
Justice will be done.
time is yours.
We're wasting time here. The guilty will suffer. The hunt awaits.
That's probably number 7. You need owls.
Will find justice.
There's very few trees. I mean, I did try once to put it on, but
Justice will be
it's
done.
fine.
Illidan is out there somewhere.
I'll live without it.
We must hurry. The hunt
Thank God I'm
awaits.
not a completionist.
Look, mistress. More of Gul'dan's glyphs.
Yes, Gul'dan's script seems to grow more desperate. It reads that he was
Ambushed by the Guardians. I am dying. If my servants had not abandoned me, I could have claimed the Eye and...
Could you live?
Damn
sure about
you,
that?
Sargeras. I won't be beaten like this. I am Gul'dan. I am darkness incarnate. It cannot end like this.
This is as far as he got. The runes simply trail off. I cannot imagine what horrors Gul'dan faced in his final moments.
I mean, that's a good item, but I still,
We're
you know,
wasting time
I'm
here.
still okay with
The
it.
hunt awaits. I can wait no longer. For justice!
Ziggy? Excuse me. He just gets
We're
right in front of my
wasting time
monitor.
here.
He did it again.
End draws near.
Ziggy?
Justice will be done.
He's looking at me like I'll fucking do it again.
Out there somewhere. We must hurry. Now is the time. I will finish the hunt.
No, 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 no! God damn it, cat! Fuck! I blame the cat!
The hunt awaits.
Time is yours.
Justice will be done.
Strength is yours.
The hunt awaits. We're wasting time here. Illidan is out there somewhere. We must hurry. Justice will be done. A shoulder and
What's nature's call? Gladly.
We're wasting time here.
Hi!
The hunt awaits.
Are we being
We
invaded?
must hurry.
Hope I'm near the end.
Justice will be done.
Hi! I'm game.
Illidan is out there
Are we
somewhere.
being invaded?
Illidan is
trouble?
out there somewhere. We
What
must
is
hurry.
nature's call?
Now is the
Is
time.
there trouble?
The hunt
For the
awaits.
trees.
I will finish the hunt.
At once, my path is clear. My path is clear.
We're wasting time here.
She dies in the next cutscene anyway.
Wait no longer.
It's canon.
Justice will be done. Illidan is out there somewhere.
Where shall I
The
go?
hunt awaits. The guilty will suffer. The end draws near. Justice will be done.
That's
The
nice.
end draws near. Now is the time.
If I have any more units to kill.
We must hurry. I can wait no longer.
Probably something down there. Ziggy, I swear to God.
We're wasting time here.
I
I hear dark whispering beyond this gate. It could be Illidan and his minions. Now is the time. The hunt awaits. The guilty will suffer. I will finish the hunt. The end draws near. I can wait no longer. We must hurry.
Inventory is full.
I can wait no longer.
Oh, I see.
The guilty will suffer. The end draws near. We're wasting time here.
So, Warden Shadowsoul, you've made it at last. I knew you would.
You have much to pay for, Illidan. I'm taking you back to your cell.
Naivete does not suit you. When I consumed the power of Gul'dan's skull, I inherited his memories, especially those of this place, and the dark prize he coveted.
Yes, the power of Sargeras. You would claim it as your own.
That power is beyond my reach, little warden. But this, the Eye of Sargeras, contains all the power I'll need to rid this wretched world of my enemies once.
Maybe you could finally see.
Ironic that you should be its first victim.
You're insane.
Isolation can do that to the mind. Now, after all the long centuries you kept me chained in darkness, it is only fitting that I bury you in turn.
I must reach Shadow Stormridge and warn him of his brother's treachery. My power will allow me to escape, but I fear there is no way out for the rest of you.
Go, mistress. The goddess will light our path to the healing.
Squash!
I will not forget you, my sisters. You will be avenged. I swear it. Now I've got to find a way out.
Bye, guys.
This cursed tomb is drowned by the seas.
Oh no! No, not the timer when the cat's on me! Oh god!
You must hurry. Now is the time. I will finish the hunt. Illidan is out there somewhere.
Ziggy, I love you.
Now is the time. I can wait no longer. Justice will be done.
You can kind of see him.
Finish the hunt. The guilty will suffer. The hunt
That's
awaits.
exactly what I gotta do.
We're
I gotta
wasting
micro
time
two
here.
things.
The
This is
end
impossible.
draws near. Now is the time.
You're so cute, little baby.
The end draws near. I will finish the hunt.
Cyril could do it.
I can wait no longer. The guilty will suffer. I can wait no longer. I will finish the hunt. Now
Screw
is
you're
the time.
slow.
The end draws near. The guilty will suffer. I can wait no longer. Now is the time. I will finish the hunt.
Run! I have to go
The end draws
down.
near. Illidan is out there somewhere.
Still got 1 minute to hunt down those
We're
fragments.
wasting time here. The guilty will suffer. For the Watchers. The end draws near. Justice will be done. I will finish the hunt. We must hurry. The hunt awaits. The guilty will suffer. Now is the time. I can wait no longer. The guilty will suffer.
Oops.
Now is the time. The
Excuse me,
end
pardon
draws
me.
near. I can
Excuse
wait
me.
no longer. I will finish the hunt. Now is the time. I can wait no longer.
Plenty of time left. Never worried. JJ. And that's enough WarCraft for today. Fuck that second mission, though. You wanted attention. Here's attention. Here it is. Here it is, Iggy. He says, you know goddamn well I was trying to get treats out of you. I did not want to be held. This is less than ideal. Look at his little paw. Look at his little toe bean. Mwah. What if I just pick you up like this? Is that okay? He's still purring. Is that better? Very cutesy. All right. That's it for the stream here. StarCraft and WarCraft. It's the best of both worlds. Tomorrow, I think I'm casting the KSL qualifiers. No, sorry, not KSL. RSL. I am casting an RSL qualifier. I think it's the America one. And then Sunday, I'm casting the European one. Yeah. So I'll be streaming tomorrow as well. You gave it your all. I mean, I could have tried more on the second mission, but no, thank you. No, thank you. Thanks for watching, guys. Cat here. And I'll see you tomorrow for StarCraft commentary. See which North American advances into RSL. Bye.